the marketing in the 5 dimensions. That is the transferable, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy. Banking sector. We study the quality of service provided by the banking institution and different dimension of quality. Another thing, how is the value delivered by bank in Bangladesh? That is the public and private bank. Perceived by the customer and does it meet the expectation of the customer? And last one is to identify the area that need to be the improved deliver a superior quality of service.
Sorry, would you mind going back to your previous slide? I was just a bit distracted.
Yeah.
Right. So you're trying to work out why people choose a specific kind.
Right.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so the aim of the study and some of the limitation here. So first, the aim is research is investigate to the bank the link between the service quality and customer satisfaction, and the way through which service firm can improve the managed through process of delivering quality standard to their customer. So here are the big things because of every organization like this, the bank or insurance or the another financial company, they are owing to the linkage between the customer service and the customer satisfaction. That is interrelated. If I do the customer, if any company is customer service is better, well, must be the output is better, well, from the customer satisfaction. For that reason, the customer is following this company. So for this purpose, the study analyzes the effect on service quality on customer satisfaction by discussing the relationship. What is the purpose of the relationship, the service quality, and the customer satisfaction? And also, I highlight here the factor of can have and the impact of both constraint. Okay, and this one constraint is maybe the improvement techniques and the examine through which quality for service may be improved by the organization. Maybe our Bangladesh is a developing country, so all many types of the technology they are not using now. So they are trying to this one. If they are trying very quickly, because the customer, they are know the yes, the quick responses. They want to the quick and better quick service. So for that reason, I am just looking forward to this one. And the aim of that is the addressing following the research questionnaire because of my research is the qualitative. So I have need monthly to develop the questionnaire for the focusing this thing. The methodology, this is the research mainly focused on the service industry, which in the broad terms, therefore banking sector is selecting among other service institutions. Qualitative methodology, I use this purpose of the research, and the study has certain limitation. Qualitative research always be need for the questionnaire, so I have need to introduce your contact in other specific bank manager who are related up there. Okay, this is the hypothesis. I just to find hypothesis here. There is no significant service quality gap in public sector bank and private sector bank in Bangladesh. And here, there is no significant service quality gap with the respect to transferability, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy. Okay, definition of service quality. I know the lots of definition of here for the service quality, but according to Jamal 1988, we know that quality is defined broadly as the superiority and excellence. So now I will example here. If I example the MMFT, so they are trying to move in their service to abroad, another country. So this okay, they have lots of foreign students come here and doing study here, but they are trying to have the trying to another advantage if the customer, if the student provide cash. So must be this one is followed. If the organization is followed, so must be that they are the attract. They are attracted to other countries for these universities. So this the definition of service quality we are provide the three factors. These three factors is difficult and complicated to evaluate as compared to the transferable goods quality. If the have the any transferable goods, so how can we evaluate? What is the difficult and what is the uniqueness have here? So it represents here. And service quality perception results from the actual service performance by the consumer expectation. And what is the consumer want? What is their demand? What they are need? If they are get very availability so often, so must be they are the ensure that is the service quality. And last thing, the quality evaluation not slowly focus on outcome service because some of the organization they are focused on slowly. So customer is one very quick response. Actually, I just mentioned here maybe this my dependent variable and independent variable. But now I just mentioned it wrongly. I think maybe the right side have the dependent variable and the left side the independent variable. Okay, but the reason I'm just writing here. Okay, my dependent variable is service quality, but if service quality is my dependent variable, but I have another output. This output is the customer satisfaction. Okay, and my independent variable is the responsiveness, assurance, critical control, variability of service, procedural delay, communication, value, and inappropriate behavior. Because of some of things that is independent variable for the reason if we are the banking sector, they are followed is too much. Okay. The frameworks I saw here, the greater the responsiveness of the staff to customer and need to greater with the customer level of satisfaction. Any bank or any organization, they are one from the customer, from the organization staff, the better quality, a better responsiveness. Okay, so how can they get? Why they are need? Because of the service quality. And the second thing is the greater the level of the assurance provided the staff and greater the customer level of satisfaction. But we have the assurance is another factor because the assurance if the customer is need the service quality for the customer satisfaction, assurance is one of my things there. So the greater the level of perceived for the tangible physical environment. So tangible and physical environment is depend on the technical factor of here. So must be if the technical factor is nice, so if the another factor. And the more the service or comprehensive the greater will be the level of customer satisfaction. Okay, the less procedure delay, they are the providing a service later will be level customer satisfaction. If any organization is procedure is delay must be this one is that effect on the any organization. So must be is avoided. If any organization do this, so they are losing their customer. They are not fulfilling the customer satisfaction. And the better quality of the communication between the depositor and staff aggregator will be the level of customer satisfaction. And communication is the most important fact because of the communication is can quickly responsiveness to customer. Okay, here I have the I just mentioned my literature review. So a relationship between the service quality and customer satisfaction. Because before my presentation, I already saw the relationship and service quality, the interrelationship to each other. So here during the past few he said the interest of the academic and researcher has been the increase to measure the relationship between the service quality and customer satisfaction. And both customer satisfaction and service quality are considered as extensive and the best subject of the research, and many studies related to the customer satisfaction. So we are just finding a model, and this model is here. This is the model of the customer satisfaction and service quality. Here we see the design and the perceived performance is create the design congruency, and the perceived performance and extension is create to the expectation disconfirmation, and the desired congruency, that is the overall service quality and overall satisfaction, and expectation disconfirmation is represent the overall satisfaction of any organization. And we saw we have it is the clear from the both model presented about the quality of service is an important factor together with other elements. That's on the performance, expected and perceived service at the level of customer satisfaction. So here I just mentioned the another model, and this model is here. This one, the core quality, relational quality, and perceived value is represent the customer satisfaction. And if the customer get the customer satisfaction, so we are switching the another way. We are switching intention, loyalty intention. Okay, and here I just finding the reduce the quality of service that affect the customer satisfaction up to some critical level of both concept or the chain and relationship are found between the them is casual. For the result, we are just affected here the some of things. What is the human? I just write here the human interaction, physical environment, value, price, performance, like this one. Thank you all.
Okay, anyone? Any question?
So what is your name?
My name is Muhammad Khairul Islam Juman.
No, it's too complicated. What should I call you?
Muhammad. Muhammad.
Muhammad, right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Muhammad. It's very interesting. I think it's, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it should be fairly obvious that if you give better service, you get more customer satisfaction.
Yeah.
So, you know, that isn't much to prove. So what, are you going to investigate which particular element? Go back to your slide, please, your independent variables. Yeah. You see, you've given a list of independent variables, which I think are your actual definition of customer service level. So, first of all, I don't know how you're going to measure those. That's one question. Customer satisfaction, I assume you will measure because there will be satisfaction surveys around. But the question is, are you going to investigate which of the particular variables will be most influential? That would be interesting. Are you going to investigate that?
Yes, because of I just investigate because the kind of you just asking me for my the independent variable thing. Okay, so I just follow here the in our country perspective. The banking sector is not very giving the very good quality maintain. Okay. So I just service of banking sector here and talk to the manager, and they are providing that this thing is not happening in our country for the to providing the customer satisfaction. For that reason, I just took this thing. Yes, I find this thing. If we are the managing in our country overall, so the service quality must be ensured to all customers.
Okay, but how will you measure those things?
Okay, I just measure for the customer feedback.
No, your independent variable. Responsiveness. Take responsiveness. How will you measure responsiveness?
Okay, responsiveness I measure that is if the customer uh, wants to satisfaction from the another company, so must be the staff their responsiveness is if they are good to the customer, so the customer yes I am satisfaction.
No, you can't measure the independent variable by your dependent variable. That's the thing you're trying to prove. So you have to measure the independent variable. It's independent. You have to measure separately. So the responsiveness will be how long they have to wait in the queue, how fast they pick up the phone when the customer calls. Those are the things you need to measure. Now, are you planning to measure that? Are you using qualitative method?
Yes, quantity.
So you're not measuring.
Sorry?
You're not going to measure.
No, because just only I just changed my topic very recently. Okay, and I just took some of things, and I just developed some of things for collecting because this is my the quantitative method, and I focusing for the questionnaire to the customer, banking manager, like this.
Here to add, right? So because the point responsiveness, it made it just obvious. I have a different understanding of responsiveness. I would say, how long does it take, right, to get a loan approved, for example, right? So his Dr. Popka's definition was different, right? So how do you ensure, right, that there is a common understanding, and how do you parametricize that, right? So because I see responsiveness, at least you could say, yeah, loan approvals, for example, right? So pick one factor which is measurable, but communication, how you want to measure that?
Okay, the communication, actually, the thing is, I measure the technical picture. If I saw the first world countries communication, they are very fast. For example, their technology is very updated. But in our country, technology is not updated. Now, in our country also, they are waiting for the queue, for the deposit, for the something else to create anything else. But the communication, I just measure for this picture.
What is your methodology? You're going to interview, say, 20 respondents or?
Yes, I'm not TMT.
Interview.
Yeah, no, I just not completed the interview. I just developed my questionnaire. After that, I will be doing interview.
So you are actually using quantitative method, not qualitative.
No, that's not qualitative. Because I just communicate because these things I have to highlight, and for that reason I just went and talked with the manager and some of the respondent of the customer. In combination, I just get this point, and after that I will be the decorate my questionnaire and final interview before.
If you are using Zoom questionnaire, then you are doing quantitative, not qualitative.
I think this one until not qualitative.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you so much.
thank you.
Any other question? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Juma. Also agree with Prof. And your study seems to be quantitative instead of qualitative. I think you should go back to your supervisor and get better advice and change your methodology. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. So now this is the time. Dr. Barker is in front of us. He came here to share his knowledge and risk management. I believe he has many things to share with us during the years of experience he achieved, and we are going to enjoy his speech. Thank you very much, Dr. David, for accepting our invitation. You're not here, you have to listen. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if you'll enjoy it or not. I will tell you some stuff. Right. Can you see anything? No. Okay, if you bear with me a couple of minutes, I am sadly hampered because I'm stuck with Microsoft, as indeed we all are, which of course gives us a big problem. Yes. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to try and tell you one or two things about risk management, as I understand it. My colleague and friend Eckhart, who's also my PhD student, is sitting in the audience. He doubtless knows far more than I about this subject. But let's begin by just asking, what is risk management? What is the definition of risk management? Has anyone got a definition of risk management? Anyone like to say? Khadija, you're hiding at the back. I've noticed you though. Bad luck. What's your definition? You came to my risk management course, didn't you? What is your definition of risk management? You don't remember? Ah, does anyone remember? Okay, I can see no one's in the mood for this. That's okay. Eckhart.
How to handle, right, that you're supposed to systematic process on handling the potential damage which you may be exposed to.
Potential damage, okay. Well, I like to keep things more simple. An organized means of identifying and measuring risk and selecting and managing options for handling these risks. Okay, that's by someone called Harold Kurtzner. Actually, I don't know where I got that from, to be honest. It's not the definition I use, but it's kind of around the subject. Partly, we can define it as a risk is the likelihood a loss will occur. It's a future adverse event, okay? Well, we know all this. It's a potential loss exposure due to a threat, and so on. And by the way, there's no upside to risk, not where I come from. Does anyone think there's an upside to risk?
So that's a chance or opportunity.
That's chance and opportunity, yes, I agree. And it prevents the business from achieving its minimum business continuity objective. Okay, well, my definition is rather simpler than that. It's basically, excuse me, the back's gone. It's basically the probability or possibility that people screw up. Okay, I think that's an easier definition somehow. It's fundamentally about people more than anything else. So, the two sides to risk management are the hard side and the soft side. Okay, The soft side is the people side. And the hard side I would like to talk about in a second. But I've got a video I'm going to try and show you. This may or may not work. I don't know if it will, because we don't have technology here. But bear with me.
Technology risk.
Technology risks. This would be, if I can find it, bear with me a second. So I wanted to show you the crystal ball solution to risk management. Was the thing I would like to do. No, I can't show you that. I'll show you that in a minute. But let me tell you first of all what I think is the hard side to risk management. So the hard side, I think, is the more interesting side in some ways, which is really to do with the measurement, okay? And the soft side is more to do with the management. That would be my definition of it. So hard side is measurement, and soft side is more on the management side. And what do we have on the measurement side? Well, then we've got all the detailed stuff. We'd have things like market risk, which is the risk of the financial markets moving and losing your money. We have things like credit risk, which is assessing the potential losses when people don't repay their loans or don't pay their debts. Stress testing is a critical area of it. Operational engineering risk are what you guys do in your logistics area, and for example in construction, oil and gas, and all of that. Now, Eckhart and I are really from the banking industry. The banking industry made a lot of strides in risk management, but unfortunately they weren't quite good enough, as we all know, because of the financial crisis. I'm going to talk a little bit more about those, and then I'll switch into the soft side of risk management, which is really about what we call enterprise risk management, you may have heard of. Who's heard of enterprise risk management? Anyone? Only 2 people. Right. Is that because you've never heard of it, or because you don't like putting your hand up in meetings? Why?
It's a risk.
Do you have enterprise risk management in Bangladesh? You do have that. And where is Mr. Nixon from? Where are you from? From where?
Rwanda.
Uganda.
Rwanda.
Ah, do you have enterprise risk management? Okay, I can see it's something you've never thought about, isn't it? And actually in IT, people do think about it quite a lot. So that is the structure of what I'm going to talk about. Which is more important? Well, they're equally important, I would say. The people aspect and the hard measurement aspects are important, but there are significant problems with both of them. Now, the hard side of risk management, the measurement side, has got some significant theoretical weaknesses. And actually, it's ineffective in dealing with catastrophe. And catastrophe is the thing we really worry about. Catastrophe is that total absolute disaster. The soft side, this practice is generally superficial, and there's a lack of analysis. Now, I'll tell you, the first time I sat through a risk management workshop was in 1993. I don't know, probably half of you weren't born then, I don't know. And this thing has been going on for years and years and years, what people call risk management anyway. So, do you think it's been a success? Who thinks risk management has been a big success? Who doesn't think it's been a success? You see, now, I'm a chartered accountant, right? And one of the things we learn in accountancy is something we call reconciliation. Bajai, he's an expert on accounts. Bajai, correct me if I'm wrong. Reconciliation means if we add up the total number of people who say they agree with the ones who say they don't, it should be with everybody, shouldn't it? Is that right? Well, it doesn't. For some reason. So I ask you again, do you think risk management has been a success? Well, what would be a success of risk management? the success of risk management would be we haven't had any disasters. And have we had any disasters, do you think? Well, I would say so.
But the question would be, wouldn't have the magnitude of the disaster even much bigger if we didn't have risk management?
That's a good question, which I don't know the answer. But the point, no, that was a good question. He said, would the magnitude be even bigger if we didn't have any risk management at all? Well, I'm not so sure that we could get much bigger than the financial crisis. I mean, I think the financial crisis was about as big as it could get, so I'm not sure that would really apply.
I wouldn't agree, because with all the measures they took, right? So, and here we have the comparison to 29, right, where you saw that really the world went into an abyss, and that could be prevented. Right? And the other example is, if you look at the real catastrophic event, tsunami 2004 and the one in 2011, right, Japan, which, okay, that Fukushima aside, right, but only 20,000 people died, and the extent of the tsunami was much bigger than it was in 2004.
Okay, well, I don't know the reasons for that. I can see you become very Asianized because you said only 20,000 people died. Which in Europe, if one person dies, it hits the front pages. Well, look, let me continue. Talk about the hard side first, because some of you may not really know much about what we do in risk management on this side of things. The first thing is that what we're trying to do in risk management, in measuring risk, we try to estimate what is the risk curve. Now, I've shown you a curve here, which is a kind of classic shape of a risk curve. What we have basically is that most of the risk is kind of concentrated. Can I do the laser pen here? I think. Most of the risk is kind of concentrated on the left, i.e., most of the probability. So in other words, if something goes wrong, the effects are likely to be at the lower end of the scale. On the other hand, there is a definite possibility that things can go catastrophically wrong in terms of loss on the right hand, but we assume that the probability is less. Now, quantitative risk management is all about actually making an estimate of this curve. That's what we're trying to do. Often in what we call enterprise risk management, which the consultants sell you, they are looking at a thing called the probability impact matrix, which I'll tell you about in a second. But that basically just selects one point on the curve. Now, you can't do that, and that is basically one of the contradictions of what they're trying to do with enterprise risk. In risk management, we're interested not in the whole curve, we're more interested in the bit at the far end, and that we call the tail of the distribution. Now, the tail of the distribution is the part of the curve which tells us of the probabilities of big losses. So we're measuring our impact in terms of the loss. Okay? And this end is called the tail. The expected loss is the average. It's the mean of the probability distribution. So in quantitative terms, the expected loss is just the mean of a probability distribution. And this is a source of great confusion, because a lot of people like to consider the expected point to be the risk, because basically you would multiply the probability of an event with the impact. And people assume that is the risk. Well, actually, it's not the risk at all. That is just the expected level. An expectation is not a risk. So what is the risk? The expected loss is the mathematical average. By definition, if you expect something, how can it be a risk? Okay, so that seems fairly logical. For banks, expected credit losses are counted as a cost. So, what is the current credit? Current credit card rate in Malaysia? Does anyone know? I never borrow on credit cards now.
18%.
Right, 18%, okay. And what is the current rate of interest in Malaysia? The Bank Negara rate?
No. 3%.
2 or 3?
3%.
Yeah. So why is there such a big difference? Why is the difference? Is it because all the banks are very greedy?
Yes.
Well, actually, that is part of the reason. Correct. But the other part of the reason is that the banks expect a certain number of people not to pay. So therefore they charge everyone else more. I mean, it's a bit unfair, but then, you know, life's unfair. And similarly for insurance, you see, the expected loss for insurance is their expected claims. The insurer doesn't cry when it has to pay out claims on motor losses or property fire insurance because they expect it, so it's not a risk. So what is the risk? Well, the risk is what we call the unexpected loss. It's very graphic, very descriptive. Now, how do we measure that? Well, we need to define a thing called the value at risk. The value at risk is the level of loss corresponding to a specified probability. So we pick a point on the curve over here, and that we consider to be what we call the normal level of loss due to a risk. And our unexpected loss is the distance between the expected value and that. That is what we call the normal level of loss. And it's a normal volatility. So what we do, we take a period, say 10 years. And what we do is say, what can we expect on a 10-year recurrence? In other words, what's the worst that can happen every 10 years? 10 years is quite a long time, so that loss could be quite big. However, it's not as big as you can get, is it? That's the problem. Okay, now, catastrophe goes beyond the unexpected, and it could threaten the existence of an organisation as going concern. So the question is, what is the catastrophe level? So what would be catastrophic for you personally? Think of it in those terms. Who here owns a house? Anyone? Well, Joya, you're looking particularly wealthy. You must own a house.
A small one.
So, you know, if you lost your house, that'd be fairly catastrophic for you. So, would it be catastrophic if you lost your laptop? No, your threshold's too low. You're a bad example. I know, but it wouldn't be catastrophic. Why? You've not got it backed up, that's why. Well then, that is an avoidable catastrophe, okay? That doesn't count. What we need to do, you see, we're beyond the unexpected. Because something catastrophic we hope is very unexpected. But if we're beyond the unexpected, then we're into the realms of more speculation. This is the problem with quantitative risk management, okay? We try to measure the curve with statistics, but once we're beyond the level of the statistics, then we're into the realm of speculation. And that is where the quantitative methods break down.
But there is actually a method, right? Or
Go on.
the extreme value theory,
Yeah,
which looks exactly at that part of the data.
Yeah, but it's still based on the other data. But it doesn't work. I can prove it to you. No, I've tried it. Okay, Eckhart mentioned something called extreme value theory, which is supposed to be looking at the probability of earthquakes and so on. I tried it on financial data. It's a total failure. I'll show you the results. It doesn't work. But the first thing we need is a model. So where it gets fun is we don't use MATLAB, by the way. We use R, because R is free. MATLAB is very expensive. So we feed into our model the data. So what we need to know is what is the general shape of the model, and then we estimate the parameters, okay? After we've fitted the model, we can make forecasts and use it as a basis for decisions. Right. I'm going to sit on this because my back is giving me a bad time at the moment. So I think this will work out. think this is a risk?
Yeah.
Is it? No, it's okay. This is fine. This is fine. No, this is fine. Okay, so what do we mean? What do we mean by a model? Okay, so what we mean by a model. This is what risk managers do. I said we have to estimate. We have to estimate a curve. How do we estimate a curve? Well, we need to know the general shape of the curve, and then we estimate the parameters of the curve. This particular curve is what we call a Y-ball distribution. You can plot it in Excel, which I did, but it's got two parameters, so we need to know what are the parameters of our particular risk. And how do we estimate parameters? How do we estimate parameters? Anyone? Come on, you're all research students. This is what you're going to spend all your time doing, estimating parameters of distributions. Well, we fit it using software, but it's using something like maximum likelihood estimation or something like that. So we fit we're going to fit the model to the data, okay? That's what we do. And of course, the model is based on the data. And can you see what the problem is then if the model is based on the data? What is the problem with that? Well, there's two problems actually. One of them I've mentioned here. One of them is that we have a goodness of fit problem. So the first question is our model any good? Does it actually represent the data? And I think you're right about that, actually. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I don't want to collapse, I'll sit here. Does that model actually fit the data properly? That is the first question. Okay? And often people ignore that. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll tell you a story about that. Many years ago, I was doing a consultancy exercise. Actually, I was hired by your alma mater, KPMG, because in those days the banks had to do a big exercise on estimating risks. Okay, and they wanted to estimate their risks quantitatively. So I was asked to look at a model, and this bank, it's a very large British bank, they had hired a firm of actuaries. Now, actuaries are people who are very good, very intelligent, very good at maths. They tend to be boring. There's no actuaries here, are there? They tend to be boring. You know, people say that actuaries are people, the profession that make accountants look exciting. That's what they say. So they have this team of actuaries in. Now these guys would be charging something like, the senior consultants would have been charging, you're talking about the kind of 1990s. They might have been charging between 3,000 and 4,000 US each per day. Great work if you get it. And what these guys had done, they built a model. They built a model using extreme value theory of operational risk in the bank. And I was asked to go and review it. So I did review it, and I found that they had about 15 data points, made a model out of that. And I asked them for I kid you not, I asked them for their goodness of fit tests. And they said they didn't think it was appropriate. So, there we are. So you can build a model on anything. Then there's a thing called, the opposite extreme, of course, is overfitting. You know what is overfitting? Overfitting is where you fit a beautiful model to your data. At a new data point, your model is hopeless. It won't predict it. And so these are some of the problems. Now the standard approach looks like this. Basically, we get historic data. Now this is the financial markets, right? And we are here. So in the financial market, see, I told you I've got the Microsoft problem. This is the Microsoft problem, which I apologize. I wanted to show you the financial market, how they will work. Okay. Well, I don't know what's happened because it's telling me you can see it. Sorry? Well, no. This is where I started. Never mind. Okay. So this is a graph of a financial market. I don't know which one it was. Oh yes, I do. I think it was the stock market some time ago. Okay. So the problem is in risk management. This is the recent past. The market's doing this. Now you are here. Right? So the question is, where's it going to go? Now, if like me, your mailbox is bombarded daily with people saying, buy this, sell that, buy this. Oh, by the way, we can tell you all the investments to make and you will be incredibly rich. The only problem is you send us $3,000 US and then we will tell you the secret. But what we can do is we can do statistics on here and then we can get what we call the smokestack model. That's why it's called the smokestack model. And by the way, whatever you do, whatever research you do, try and work in a smokestack diagram. It's very impressive. You will certainly pass. Am I wrong, Bajai? If you had one of these included in your thesis, you will pass for sure. So strong advice: don't use MATLAB, use R. And this tells you the limits. So this might be your 90–70% confidence limits. So it tells you could be. Now the problem is real life doesn't respect that. That's the problem. And by the way, using the standard market model, which is called a geometric Brownian motion, which by the way is the reason it gets very mathematically complex, we can simulate this. Now this is a market simulation. So I think basically the idea of quantitative risk in the market sector, this is a real graph of market data. And these are some graphs I made up. And basically you can't tell the difference. They look pretty much the same. You can do this yourself at home very easily on Excel. Very, very simple. All we're doing is we're saying assume a normal distribution for a jump, and then the day after you take that figure. These five simulated, what we call sample paths, were all based on the same model, exactly the same model. But you can see the difference in the potential outcome in terms of the way the sample path develops, all right? So we assume this model, and then we can fit it to the market data. And then we've got a full mathematical model. And this is the stuff that people like Black-Scholes and Merton, they won the Nobel Prize for. They did quite a lot. Normally in economics, if you supply one miserable spreadsheet and half a regression, you get the Nobel Prize. But they applied some well-known mathematical theory to the financial markets, and that's how they did it. But in essence, they're assuming this kind of structure, right? Now, here's your problem. Because basically, you go along with all of this stuff here, and you say, this is your smokestack. But in reality, this is perfectly possible. Now, that was, in fact, the 1987 stock market crash. We had one very recently. That was the Brexit crash. The pound sterling collapsed 20% after the Brexit vote. Lucky I was in dollars, I think. But the gold was a bad investment. So don't come to me for investment advice on the world. If you want to know how to lose money, I can advise you. Okay. So this is the problem with quantified risk management. Basically, quantified risk management is okay, provided we're not at the very, very far end of the risk curve, the far end of the tail. If we're at the very far end of the tail, then it breaks down. And then we have to do something different. So what the regulators said, these limitations were recognized by the regulators. They said, you've got to do rather more than that. So you can have a model, but you've got to do more. You've got to do what we call stress testing. And stress testing effectively means you have to see what would happen if you go beyond your 95 or 99% point on your risk curve. And you've got to test to that level. So in other words, it's based on what we call stressed scenarios, right? So what we need is a set of stress scenarios and see what's going to happen. Now, there's a problem with that, because what we want is abnormal conditions, but then what do we mean by abnormal? So I'm going to tell you another story. The first stress testing, I think, was introduced Basel II, right? Am I wrong? Basel II, you took that 2004, 2005. So they said to the banks, look, you can calculate your regulatory position so that you're managing your risks as far as we're concerned, but you've got to stress your position. So what do you think the banks did? Because what I'm leading into now is the people aspect of risk. So what the banks did, they did stress tests. Eckhart and I have many years in the auditing consulting industry, so we know what the guys who run these institutions are like, and we know their brain set, okay? So if the regulator says you've got to do a stress test, what do you think they would do? Let's see if any of you are going to be good at business. What will you do if you have to do a stress test? Well, you see, what you will do is you will pick a stress to make sure that it doesn't look bad for you, right? And then you say, there you are, there's your stress test. And look, we passed. So I remember this in 2006, I was doing some work in the Financial Services Authority in London. And I said to one of the senior managers, I said, well, why are you letting the banks choose their own stresses? I mean, any idiot can see what's going to happen. They're just going to pick stresses so they will pass the test easily. Well, he wasn't in the supervision, so he said, well, yes, I've asked the same question. And what happened was, the Financial Services Authority in 2006, they did a consultation, they did a paper, and they looked at all the stress tests of the bank, and they expressed their disappointment at the level of stress. So the stress testing wasn't working very well. So I'll come back to that as to what we need. Now, in fact, the market risk model is highly complex mathematically, because that Brownian motion is an absolute pig mathematically. If you're interested, you know, in geometry, you choose a single point is the thing of interest. In this, each one of these whole curves counts as a point. So it gets rather complex. But there's other models as well, which are not in a way, which are in a way more complex. For example, if we're looking at something like credit risk, or if you're looking at operational risk, or if you're looking at general insurance, right? Look at general insurance. Well, in general insurance, we've not just got one thing. We've got the possibility that your house will burn down, okay? But then, that is a probability. But then we've also got how big a loss will it be if it burns down. So in fact, we've got two probability distributions. The first one is what we call the severity distribution. How big is the loss if something happens? But the other one is, you know, how many accidents will your wife have in the car? Or will you have in the car? You see? Now, if you've got more money than you know what to do with, and you're like these occasional guys you see with their Lamborghinis in KL, can you imagine that? I mean, how dumb. You've not got a Lamborghini, have you, Roger? No. Have you? You have, haven't you? No. So I can insult a Ferrari? I'm just about to insult people with Ferrari. You've not got anything like that. Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So if you're dumb enough to have one of those, more money than sense, I mean, you know, what are you going to do with it in KL? It means at least you can look more cool in the traffic jam than if you've not got one. But the truth is, the people rich enough to buy those things very often, you know, they're more money than sense, and they're probably lousy drivers. So they're probably going to have plenty of accidents as well. But they won't worry about the insurance. So for them, we'll have a frequency distribution where the insurance company will work out how many accidents a year you're likely to have. And it's a funny thing that I used to work in an insurer. It's a very funny thing, the kind of things with driving. As it happens, one of the big drivers of frequency of accidents is the colour of your car. Did you know that? If you've got a red car, your insurance company is likely like Olivier there, you see. Now, Olivier has a motorbike, he's a rocker. He's a rocker on his big Harley Davidson. Then if it's red, the insurer thinks you'll have more accidents. It's only because people with red cars have more accidents. All right. So if we look at something like credit risk is easier than insurance because you only get one go. You see, once you default on your loan, that's it. As far as the bank's concerned, that's it. You're in, you're out. So you only get one chance. It's what we call an absorbing barrier. Once you hit default, that's it. But then the question is, well, now it gets interesting, because most operational type of risks, insurance risks, they're what we call independent. And then there's lower risk because lots of things don't all happen simultaneously. But with things like credit risk, there's a good chance that they can all happen together. Then we've got the problem, we've got what we call the systemic risk. So all of these things have interesting models. I'll mention one other quantitative model. In engineering risk, there's a thing called the fault tree. I'm sorry, what's his name? Kashaya et al. Not here, because he might know about this. In engineering, so suppose we've got a nuclear installation. This type of thing is very common for that. Very common in transport. So what we do, we work backwards, which is the way I think you should do it. We have a top event. So the top event is a core meltdown, okay? What we want to know is, what is the probability that the core in our nuclear reactor melts down? And how do we work that out? Well, what they literally do is, they look at how this can happen. So let's say there's 4 possible things could create that meltdown. And then we work backwards and say, well, what could make that happen, and so on and so forth. And what we can do, or what the engineers do, is they can put probabilities on all the little events that can build up and lead to the final event, and then you can calculate the probability of the final event. Now, you may say, well, this is a bit of a lunatic enterprise, because how can you do it? Well, they do. They go through every heat exchanger, every governor, every valve, every pump, every damn piece of the whole thing, and they will work out what's the probability that component will fail. Now, they can be fairly sure what those probabilities are, because reliability engineering is all about measuring what is the reliability of each component in an engineering installation. So if you've got some sort of valve, they will test it for hours and hours and hours until it fails, and they'll say on average this is the life of it. But then all of it's got probability distributions, and then we have to do one mega Monte Carlo simulation, and that will tell me the probability of that. So that's just to give you a flavour of the hard side. The last point is, if we're looking at financial risk, we have to do the portfolio analysis as well. Because it's no good, and then the insurer, it's no good working out what's the likelihood one person smashes up their car, because if I've got 3 million policies, I'm not interested in the product. I want to know what is my likely loss over a whole year. And that gets very complex, because then we have to add up lots and lots of little risks to assess what is the aggregate effect. And the only way we can do that is using things like Monte Carlo simulation or other numerical methods. And none of them is certain, and there's a whole lot of assumptions. So that is a very quick survey of what is a huge area. I mean, people specialise their whole careers in just one particular aspect of that. In an active research area, it's combining mathematical models with lots of computing challenges. One of the most active areas in this is Monte Carlo simulation. Just to give you one hint, the fault tree, you see, this top event we hope for a nuclear reactor is going to be something like 1 in a million. And the nuclear authorities require the probability to be something of that order. Now, if you think about it, if you do Monte Carlo simulation, right, if the probability of this is 1 in a million, that means you'd have to do 1 million simulations before you even likely to get one. And if you wanted to get an accurate result, you'd have to do something like, 3 or 4 billion simulations. So that's not on. So the mathematicians have worked out various methodologies so that you can get away with far fewer simulations. But again, the mathematics gets very interesting. It's a very active research area. It's a thing we call rare event sampling to do that. And all that's very good, but it has a lot of assumptions in it. And someone once said, assumption is the mother of all screw-ups. Because you assume things. Now, as soon as you assume things, you've got a risk, right? So, do you assume things? Yes, you do. But where it matters, you don't. For example, when my daughter was very little, I used to tell her, go and tidy up your room. It would have been very unwise to assume that that would be done. Now, in business and corporate life, the safest thing to do is treat people like children, like that, actually. Because if you tell someone, especially in Malaysia, if you say to someone, go and do something, can you go away safe in the knowledge it will be done to your satisfaction without any further inquiry, can you? Honestly. Hands up all those who think it can. Okay, hands up all those who think it can't. Oh, again, we're improving. The reconciliation nearly balanced that time. Yeah. So, actually, when we get to the soft side, I'm going to talk briefly about control systems. That's what that's all about. But let's just talk about the problem of it. The problem of it is the basic assumptions that past predicts the future. Now, I can't mention Fukushima. Fukushima is the thing which probably poisoned half the Pacific Ocean. And I don't buy anything to eat from Japan. I don't buy food from Japan, and I'm perfectly serious about that. And I didn't worry about fish from the Pacific. Absolutely seriously. Why do I worry? Well, I'll tell you. About a year after the Fukushima disaster, if you went to Google and you said Fukushima, there was this amazing picture of the extent of the spread of radiation from Fukushima. Since about late 2013, there are no pictures published of that spread of radiation, which makes me worry, right? The reason is not because it's gone away, probably the reverse. Now, does anyone know what happened at Fukushima? Because I can tell you, I'm sure I could bet them anything they had done all this analysis in depth. But the first thing is we have to go back a bit of common sense. I mean, you might ask, for example, why you would build nuclear power plants on the coast in a country. I mean, the word tsunami is Japanese, right? There's a reason for that. All of their nuclear installations are on the coast. Why is that? Why do you build nuclear installations on the coast? Any ideas? Yeah, it's got water. So, the key thing is in a nuclear power plant is you've got to have water flowing through it all the time. But not just a little bit of water, I mean serious amounts of water. So you've got to have huge pumps pumping this water through to keep the reactor cool. If that water stops pumping, then the reactor melts down. So the most critical vulnerability in a nuclear reactor is making sure that damn water is pumping or you can shut the thing off, drop in carbon rods and all of that. So what you're really exposed to, and any idiot knows this, what you're really exposed to is a loss of power, right? And boy, oh boy, a 15-meter tsunami loses you your power pretty quickly, okay? So what do you think you need? What do you need if you're in that scenario? Come on, let's do a bit of thinking here. If your basic risk is a loss of power, so what do you need?
Additional power.
Yeah, you need backup power, obviously. Again, we don't have to be nuclear engineers to know that. So if let's just work this through. If the basic problem is a tsunami, or an earthquake, by the way, and if you think about Japan and earthquakes, I suggest you go to Google and type in tectonic plate map, and look at Japan. And it is unbelievable. Japan is the place where 6 tectonic plates meet. They have like 500 earthquakes every day in Japan. All right. So earthquake and tsunami are their basic problems. So the one thing you need is a backup power. So you need backup power generators. So given that your threat is water and flooding, where's a smart place not to have your backup power plan? Sorry? It's obviously not a smart place to have it right in the plant. And guess where they had it? Yeah, but what did they say? They're not entirely stupid. They said, well, it's okay because we've got a wall. And their wall was 10 meters high. And they said that the probability of a tsunami exceeding 10 meters is only 1 in 1,000 years, or something like that. Right, and that was the assumption. So they bet everything on no tsunami exceeding. That's how it went. Which I think was not very intelligent. Now, I always get accused, and you may think the same, of 20/20 hindsight, but you actually don't need 20/20 hindsight for something like that. And so you may say, well, what is the point of all this stuff here? And that is a good question. Anyway, let me just run through the soft side. So, actually, there's nothing soft about people running the world, actually. But we call it the soft side because we talk about the soft and cuddly side, which is the people side. Okay. And organizations need a methodical way of assessing and managing the risks. So it's mainly about people and organization. That's the soft side. If we look at corporate failure, right, and I can talk about this for 3 days, non-stop corporate failure, there's plenty of ways that people screw up, and it's basically down to people. So it's either that they don't do any analysis, have hard analysis at all, or if they do, they ignore it. So here's some ways that people screw up. Disastrous merger expansion, reckless expansion on borrowed money, top management fraud, catastrophic operational failure, disastrous strategy, flawed business model, or any of the combination. So the point is, all this is well known. Okay, so why does it keep happening? Okay, where has risk management actually failed? Same mistakes again and again. History repeats itself, and I like to say the only thing we learn from history is that we never learn from history. That is the case, and that's a shame because there is a lot to learn from history in risk management. So let's just look at a few things, right, very quickly. Disastrous merger acquisition. Time Warner AOL. I mean, disastrously conceived. Daimler Chrysler was an all-time catastrophe. There's a fantastic graph of their share price. You know, the combined share price before the merger and then after the merger, it just went like that. Why? Because you had, oh, we've got German in the room, so I have to be careful with that. I have to be careful what I say. You had a down-market American car company, Chrysler, selling all this stuff, volume, and then you had state-of-the-art, world highest class German engineering, you know, Daimler, and they were going to merge. I mean, there was no way they were going to merge. It was crazy from day one. But crazy things happened. RBS ABN AMRO. right? This was the largest bank merger ever. Formed a bank, $3 trillion, about $3 trillion. The amount of risk analysis they did before the merger was practically negligible. It was all force of personality. HSBC, they said, we've got to expand into the US. So what did they do? They bought up the US's largest subprime lender, beneficial and what's it called, household bank. And they raised up 21 billion. So reckless expansion, that was a good one. I'll tell you one other quick story. This is the Northern Lights as seen in Iceland, beautiful. In 2006, before the crisis, you may know the financial crisis was caused by some very specific complex financial instruments, right? Which were based on subprime lending. Subprime lending is where you lend to people and you know they're never going to pay you back. So I had a friend in London, he was working in an American investment bank, and I phoned him up. And I said, Paul, how do you make money out of subprime lending? And he gave me a very long, complex explanation, and I didn't understand it, and I don't understand it to this day, because there was nothing to understand. It was not possible. Now these guys, right, I went to Iceland, and Iceland is a place, in 2006 I came to Malaysia for the first time with a Malaysian training company, and when I told the guy, very nice guy, I said to him I was going to Iceland, as a Malaysian, his response was, what? Do people actually live there? Because it is a bare volcanic rock in the middle of the North Atlantic, and it's not called Iceland for nothing. Anyway, I gave a 2-day training course when I got there. I was 12 hours late because of a hurricane, and it was freezing. I gave a 2-day training course to bank internal auditors. And they had these things that were fantastic names, Landesbanki, Glitnir, Kaupthing. I mean, these superb names. If you're not European, you wouldn't go. But they're great names. Anyway, it turned out they were explaining to me how they'd all done this fantastic expansion. And they seem to have brought up the whole of the Scandinavian, which is, you know, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and so on. And I said to them, how did Iceland manage to buy them all up? So, and then actually I said, well, you know, how big is this country? The total population of Iceland is 300,000. Up until a century ago, all they did was, A, try to keep warm, and B, catch fish and fight with Britain about it. That was it. And all of a sudden, they owned the whole Scandinavian banking industry. Well, how do they do it? Well, they did it the same way. I mean, I don't know about you, have you ever wondered why some people who don't seem to have a very good job and don't seem to be very successful, yet they've got a huge car, big house, lots of fun, how do they do it? Borrowed money, right? So this tiny little country, they borrowed billions and billions, brought up a banking industry that all went broke, and then they were in deep trouble. The whole Icelandic banking industry, in fact, the whole country went bankrupt, effectively, in 2007, 2008. So, another good one, management fraud. Now, I could spend hours, I won't do it, because my time's nearly up. I could spend hours talking about these. This was a particularly interesting case. That was a guy who was a fantastic, in the end, fantastic fraudster. The people with the biggest personalities, the most flamboyant ones, don't trust them an inch. Especially people who claim to be really successful. The chances are they're not successful. And so who are all you guys? You've all been shipped in, you've all been ordered to come and attend, haven't you? You're not PhD students, are you? Your masters. Who told you to come? Which is Dr. Mahfoud? Doctor? Ah, right, okay. Very lucky. So I know how this place works now. Okay, welcome anyway. I'm just telling you how to make a lot of money fraudulently. Okay, I hope that will be of use to you in your future careers. So this guy here, Robert Maxwell, he owned a newspaper. He was a son of immigrants, very poor. He made bucket loads of money. He became a really big shot in London. You know, socialite, first name terms of the royal family. He was the owner of one of the largest newspapers in Britain. Had lots of different businesses, and basically he went bust. And what he did was, to hide this, he stole all the money from his company's pension fund, which is a pretty despicable thing to do. But you can see the guy, he looks very flamboyant. You would definitely trust him. Well, I wouldn't have done. But that was what we call the top management fraud, is one of the big risks. Okay. Another one was this thing, Polypec International. He was a Turkish Cypriot called Asil Nadir, who also had a very big business, expanded far too fast, went bust spectacularly. These two are Italian companies. Well, of course, most of Italy is run by the mafia, who's an organisation of criminals who have got a way of making companies go bust. Management fraud is a big problem. Now, this guy is particularly interesting because his fraud, after this collapse, that's when corporate governance was invented. So the first corporate governance code in 1992 came in because the British, in response to a disaster or something like that, the first thing they do, you know what they do? Well, normally, after there's a national catastrophe in Britain, they make the man responsible a lord. That's the first thing they do. And then after that, they set up a committee. So they set up a committee and they invented corporate governance for that. Let's just look at some others. Catastrophic operational failure. Now, you guys are in logistics. That's a purely operations-focused thing. And risk management is a key area in there. Some of the biggest names, some of the biggest household names have had catastrophic operational failures. Toyota, remember, 5 million of their cars were suspected of having a fault where if you put your foot on the accelerator, it stayed down, which is pretty bad news in a car, don't you think? Pretty dangerous, so that cost them a lot. At the moment, actually, I've not added to this Samsung. Samsung has now, I don't know what's happened to their share price, but Samsung's had 2 catastrophic operational failures. The first is the exploding batteries in, what's it called, the Note 7. But also, I just read recently, they've got exploding washing machines. So Samsung is now the master of the exploding device. And they're not terrorists, they're just Koreans trying to make a living. So these are operational failures. So something's going pretty wrong with risk management. We've got catastrophic strategy failure. Each one of these is a great story to learn from. If you're business students, you should be familiar with all of these. Kodak. Does anyone know what Kodak did? No.
Gone down digital.
Digital. So Kodak, they said, we make film. If you look at any old film, any old Hollywood film, the chances are it said Eastman Kodak. So Kodak said, we are a chemical company. And then when digital cameras came in, they missed it completely. Anyone know what IBM did catastrophically wrong? IBM made 2 amazing strategic errors. Anyone know?
They engaged Bill Gates.
Well, that was his strategic success. Yes, we'll come back.
That was their loss.
Well, it wasn't their loss. But you're right. But what was their catastrophic failure?
Personal computer.
Sorry?
Personal computer.
Personal computers. Correct. But actually, IBM, first of all, it's called International Business Machines. I don't know if you know that. And then there's a great quote. There was a guy called Thomas H. Watson. Now, you know immediately he's American because you've got the H in the middle. Right? So if it says Thomas H. Watson, that means he's American, sure. If it would have been Thomas Watson Jr., that definitely would have been or Thomas Watson III, that means in there. If it was just Thomas Watson, he could have been English. But Thomas H. Watson in 1947 said, I think there's a total world market for computers of about 5, which is a bit of a miscalculation. So that was the first thing they did. The second thing they did, they completely missed, as you said, the revolution in personal computers. So while Steve Jobs was in his garage, you know, soldering up the first apples, IBM was making huge boxes, selling for millions of dollars, right? And they missed this completely. And what they did, as Eckhart rightly said, they engaged Bill Gates, who bought very cheaply the world's worst operating system called DOS. And he cheated the guy out of that, bought the rights to it, sold it to IBM, and the rest, as they say, is history. And what we're left with is lousy software, right? Thankfully, the world has gone, the server world has rejected Windows, and it's gone Linux. I don't know, who here is into IT? Anyone? Okay. Well, there was a big news, if you're interested, slightly off topic. There was a huge news, because you know that Steve Ballmer, the last CEO of Microsoft, said that Linux is like a cancer on the world. He got it half right. It's them. They're the cancer on the world. They hate Linux. They wanted people to buy their lousy, awful Windows Server. And I don't know, we seem to be stuck with that. I don't know why. It's absolutely outrageous. No one should be using that. Actually, just a couple of weeks ago, guess what? Microsoft joined the Linux Foundation. Can you believe that? If you're not in IT, you won't realise what momentous news that was. Because everyone said, look, your Windows server's crap. And I could have told them all that years ago. Now, the world has voted with its feet. We're not there with personal computers yet. So that was the IBM mistakes, okay? All of these other ones, huge companies. AIG was the world's biggest insurance company. They insured all the lousy business the US banks were doing. So these were huge strategic failures. These are the guys. Now let's get on to the people thing, right? You look at these guys here. I mean, you can see one of the common features, actually. Do you know who Kenneth Lay was?
Enron.
He was the chairman of Enron, and this was the guy who, the architect, consultant. You know, don't trust consultants; they get you into trouble. Right? Sorry, Eckhart. These are the guys. This was this little Scotsman who you wouldn't trust to manage a sweet shop. He was put in charge of Royal Bank of Scotland, and he was the one who did the biggest merger in the world. This guy was the CEO of Lehman Brothers, which went bankrupt. This guy was Chuck Prince. Where do you think Chuck Prince comes from? What kind of a name is Chuck Prince? Definitely American. Didn't you know that? Chuck. That's the giveaway. Actually, the real giveaway, his name is Chuck Prince III. He was the CEO of Citibank. This guy, no, Schrempp was Daimler. Nick Leeson, you've all heard of. Okay, so these are the guys in the Hall of Shame who bankrupted their companies. So the toxic mix, you see, is greed combined with incompetence. That is the people aspect. And why we need regulation? Well, it's not very difficult. Because basically the reason we need regulation in corporate governance is you take a few people and you say, here's billions and billions of other people's money, go away and look after it. Now, what do you think is going to happen? Tell me. What do you think human nature tells us? That is the basic problem of risk. So the official answer is regulation. So we've got corporate governance, we've got a lot of banking regulation. And then we've got this thing called enterprise risk management. Now, enterprise risk management is even less used generally than the risk analytics, because we start with risk identification, we need a framework. Previously, risk was dealt with in silos, okay? And there are many frameworks around, and any consultant will sell you a new one. I've got my own. We have something called ISO 31000, we've got something called COSO, all of these frameworks. So, where it starts is, the soft side really starts, the qualitative side. Starts with analysis of the business model. Now, the accountants will know about P&Ls. So the risk analysis starts with analysing the P&L. So what we say is, where are we making our money? What could threaten us making money? And we need to understand the balance sheet, and that will then tell us which assets are most at risk, and how can we get more liabilities. That is really the basis of the risk analysis. We need to understand the business operations and the operational risks, and we need to highlight exactly where the things can go wrong. So we've got two types of threats. We've got the external threats, which is market drops. People don't buy our products anymore. People think, see, that's a good one. Why should people not buy our products, right? BlackBerry is a great case study. BlackBerry failed. Why? Because, you know, the BlackBerry, they had their main selling point was what? They were reliable. They did big corporate deals and said, we have our own network which is really reliable. You see, no one in this part of the world wanted it because it looked lousy. I mean, it was no fashion statement at all. I mean, the average woman with her Gucci handbag wouldn't be seen dead taking one of those things out of the handbag, would they? I mean, there's the stupid little buttons. I mean, you know, she'd have to hide it. She wasn't interested that it was resilient. Now, other people would be interested, but they're their own fashion problems, I suppose. And what happened to BlackBerry, do you know? Their network failed. So not only was their selling point, not only was their fashion statement lousy, but their basic selling point failed as well. So that was an external threat. The internal threat was people being incompetent and generally screwing up. I've got some examples of risks here. So how do you handle the risk? This is the traditional. This is what I showed to boards of directors, because basically this is the way boards of directors handle their risks. They assume. What did I say about assumption? It's the major cause of screw-up, right? You assume someone's looking after the risk, and you hope it's not going to happen. It's what we call the living in hope approach, and this is the way it's done. But this is well, the other thing you do is the risk experts will tell you that you've got a number of ways of dealing with your risk, which is a nice consultant, blonde American, must be true. We can accept the risk, avoid the risk, transfer the risk, blah, blah, blah. Now, this is the interesting one, because a lot of people say, I say to them, how do you deal with the risk? They say, well, it's not a risk anymore, we've transferred the risk. Has anyone heard about risk transfer? Yeah, well, the truth is there's no such thing. It's a myth. You can't transfer risk, unfortunately. That's why I developed my first law of risk. I don't know, does anyone know the first law of thermodynamics? Anyone here? No, nobody does science anymore. I suppose you IT guys do science, do you? Right, okay. Well, modelled on the first law of thermodynamics, risk can be created but not destroyed, only transformed from one form to another. In other words, you can't transfer risk. It is not possible. It merely results in a different risk. So a great example is, I was talking to directors of insurance companies, and I said, what about a catastrophic risk? And they say, no problem. They said, we just do reinsurance. So you may not know, but insurance companies, they have their own insurers. In case there's a big risk they can't handle, they insure their risks, okay? So I said, do you think that covers your risk entirely? They said, yes. Now they said yes because they didn't want to hear different. But, you know, my job was to tell them. So what makes you think, you see, if you have an accident in your car, if it's a good insurer, they will send you a check in the post. I don't know if they do it in Malaysia, I suspect not. Do they? But insurance companies like to say, we do good service. If you've got a problem, we'll give you the money. Do you think a reinsurer, if an insurance company goes to his reinsurer and says, I've got a claim for 15 million US dollars, do you think the reinsurer says, oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that, here's a check for $15 million? No, they probably try and get out of it, right? The chances are they will say, well, you're not covered, out of it, or something, okay? So you've not actually transferred your risk. Now, the director I was talking to, he said, no, this can't be true. I said, really? I said, do you know how much reinsurance litigation there is? How many court cases there are where reinsurers are trying to get out of paying their payments? So overnight, I checked on Google, and I put in reinsurance litigation. About 15,000 entries came up, including the Reinsurance Litigation Society of the US, which tells me there's got to be quite a lot of reinsurance litigation going on. So basically, you can't transfer. If in your future careers you listen to this nice lady here, right? She needs a new hairstylist, I feel. If you listen to her, she tells you, no problem, you can transfer your risk, you will know it's not true. You cannot transfer your risk. So this is the conventional wisdom, okay? So one of the things we try and do is get some sort of risk assessment matrix. I'm just near the end now, and then you can have your cups of sugar with a bit of coffee in it. You try and estimate the probability and then the impact. And generally, this thing here is a very common thing. And people like Eckhart, for example, made their careers selling people that don't deny it. I never did the same. I always told people it was rubbish, and I still think it is. This matrix here is just a terrible thing. I believe it should be made illegal, actually. If anyone shows you this matrix and say, this is how we're going to assess our risks, tell them, I don't want to hear because I may go to jail if Bobka has his way. Because basically what we're trying to do is say, what is the probability of impact? There's so many things wrong with this matrix, I couldn't even begin to tell you. Because first of all, if I went back to the thing before, and showed you the risk curve. Basically, we have a curve of risk. Because if you've got an event, then it's got certain probability of occurring. But if the event occurs, the impact could be anything, right? So let's say your house, because you have a fire in your house. So that matrix, you say, well, where do you put it? So you say, what is the probability? What's the impact? Well, basically, it's a stupid question. Because the impact could be anything, couldn't it? So supposing, for example, you are frying something, right? And then you tip some water in the frying pan, which is not a smart thing to do, okay? So the whole thing starts to set your kitchen on fire, and you as well if you're not careful. So what would be the effect? Well, it could lead to you being very annoyed. It could be ruin your decoration. It could be you burn half the house, or it could be you burn the whole house. So how can we actually say which one of these possibilities is the one it goes in? Any ideas? Because as you say, what's the probability, what's the impact? So basically it's a lot of model thinking. And yet that matrix is the standard used by thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of enterprises worldwide. And it is a totally ridiculous thing. I rejected it in 1993. I stopped using it. it was sold to my company by PwC, you weren't with them then, so for a lot of money, and the thing doesn't work because we can't assess. But the second thing wrong with it is, how do we assess the probability? Well, I'll tell you how you assess it. A lot of people sit round in what we call workshop, and then they all say, what do you reckon is the likelihood? And then the guy at the back says, well, I think it's orange. And the guy at the front says, no, I think it's red. And someone else says, no, I think it's green. And then someone notices it's just near lunchtime, so they say, okay, orange, it is. That's how it actually literally works. So the amount of analysis and thought goes into this is very low. So is it any wonder that events happen and companies are not prepared because the analysis is just not there? So the second problem with all of this is that we need to look at, if we look at likelihood more seriously, then the more senior people get in a business, in an organization, the less they want to hear about risk. So if you're a big manager or you're the chief executive of a company and somebody comes to you and says, this is a big risk, what do you think you'll do? 9 chief executives out of 10 will not say to you, oh, David, thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. You know, have a huge pay rise. No, what they will actually say is,
Send you to Siberia.
Yeah, they won't send me to Siberia. No, they will say, look, David, you bring me problems, I want solutions. That is a very classic top manager thing. Remember that. If you want to be CEO, remember to tell your subordinates when they bring you a problem, I don't want problems, bring me solutions. That's one of the main things they say. They will also say you're being too negative. And they will say, the worst thing that you can hear, they will say, no, this is never going to happen. You're being too pessimistic. So therefore, we don't rate that as a risk. So basically what they will do is what I told you before. They will do this behavior. This is very classic chief executive behavior. Okay, because they have their focus on their KPIs. Right, that is the problem. So, and I'm nearly finished now. This is the main problem. What chief executives and senior managers want to see is this. So basically, they get seduced by the possibility of success. So if you go to a chief executive, well, if 2 of you, I'm the CEO, right, and 2 of you come up with your business proposals to me. One of you shows me this fantastic graph going up, 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 piles of money we're going to make. And the other one says, well, actually, there's quite a lot of risks with this. You know, we might make this much, but there's a chance we could actually lose money. Which one do you think I will choose? Which one? The first one, right? Because it shows me a graph going like that. Now, you may say to yourself, look, the guy got to be chief executive. He can't be that stupid. You are wrong. You are wrong. Because that is the way the mindset works. This is the biggest risk facing the globe. And if it works with chief executives of companies, it works 5 times more with leaders of countries. Okay? They have that problem multiplied 5 times over. So what I do, if I'm doing something with directors of companies, I show them this. I say, would you invest in this company? Okay? So would you invest in this company? Khadija. No, you're a bad example. You're too risk averse. Okay, you guys at the back who've not said anything, you guys who are doing, what's your masters, yeah? Right, you're all hoping to make piles of money, aren't you? Yes. Okay, right, okay. So here's a proposition for you. Will you invest in this? This is the track record over the past 5 years of the company. Will you invest in it? Good. You are good CEO material. You are good board level material, right? So you will definitely be able to bankrupt your company fairly quickly, because a good CEO makes a pile of money with bonuses, and after 3 years and his company's bankrupt, he leaves and gets another job with another company. So my money's on you to do very well. Okay. So he said yes. Why did you say yes? It looks good. It's going up. He likes things going good. Afterwards, come and see me. I've got a good investment proposition for you. Okay? Now, I asked this of the directors, and they all said, well, they were very reticent. Normally, one will say yes, most of them will say nothing, because they're all thinking, yeah, it looks good to me, but they know there's a catch, so they don't want to say anything. And then I say to them, okay, you don't want to say anything, but you all would invest in it, wouldn't you? And the truth is, yes. But then I showed them that actually was Northern Rock. Now, this set of results all happened just the year before they went completely bankrupt. So if you didn't invest in that company, you'd be left with nothing. And so I said to the guys, look, you said you'd invest in it. So I said, well, didn't anybody want to know what the company does? They were not interested. You see, risk in a company is absolutely tied to what they do. You can't assess a company by its past results. It's ridiculous. Because if they're investing in something very high risk, they may have been lucky, or things may be changing. So they were not interested in that, and that's one of the problems. Now, I don't blame them too much, because it's a psychological problem. Oh, let me show you. This is my super graphic. I illustrate this. It's a bit thrown together, but it illustrates what happened in the financial crisis. Okay, this is how it happened. There you are. So basically, everyone was dreaming of money, you know, just like these guys at the back, right? Dream of money, and not thinking where you're going. Can I give you one bit of advice, which I always give my students? You're not in my class. If you like my kids and you sit around, you lie in bed very late, dreaming how you're going to be rich and what you're going to spend it on, it will never happen. Right? Can I suggest you think about doing something properly and effectively first? Then money should happen. And if it doesn't, at least you've done something useful. Okay? That is my bit of advice. If you've got nothing else from today, you got that. So managing risk, many organisations get stuck on the risk identification. They never get further than that. Now, you may think, I've just got a couple more slides. You may think I've been rather negative. Well, the truth is that the risk management industry has failed us to a large extent. And one of the main reasons is this psychological problem. Okay? The people, and the more senior they get, the worse they got it. I call it risk blindness. And I don't want you to get this disease. I call it director's disease. Now you may feel, well, hopefully I'll be a director and be paid so much money it won't matter. I mean, that's up to your conscience. And that disease is not wanting to accept the possibility of catastrophic risk, all right? And that is the basic problem. Internal controls are supposed to deal with it, but if we don't add something on, so you know BP, the oil company, BP had 2 mega disasters. Can anyone remember? BP had a mega disaster in the Gulf of Mexico where they were pumping oil, and for 3 months oil just pumped out into the Gulf of Mexico. That was a catastrophic environmental disaster. it cost BP, there's some estimates are $100 billion, right? And their share price halved. Their chief executive resigned, and all the rest of it. Do you think BP didn't have control systems? Do you think they didn't have operating procedures? So what do you think went wrong with BP? Well, the same thing went wrong with BP as happened with our friend at the back. You see, you could be CEO of BP. You qualify, the main qualification. They were so busy focusing on cost cutting and their profitability, they took their eye off the ball of safety. And basically, things were not being done which should be done. And it was as simple as that. The key problem with enterprise risk management is it rarely connects with reality. And what I can tell you is, a lot of the risk management systems, they don't actually correspond with what people do in reality. Here is reality. I was talking to directors of a large Malaysian multinational actually recently, and they have all of this to worry about. They were asking me, you know, they were sitting on boards of subsidiary companies, and they were asking me, what should we be thinking about? They've got all of this to worry about. They've got outside shareholders, they've got group companies, they've got internal auditors, they've got risk managers. The whole thing is highly complex. And so what I said to them was basically just focus on making sure, whatever happens, you don't completely screw up. That is the most important focus. And it's easy to say that, but if in due course you become directors of companies, what you will find is all the stuff you're given is above all to divert your attention from any of the major problems. So, in summary, there are two sides to risk management. The hard side of risk management is more the quantitative side. And the hard side focuses on trying to measure risk, trying to get real figures. So in financial management, in the financial markets, we have huge literature, huge research areas, very mathematical, very interesting from a computing point of view. That's something that interests me greatly. In terms of its effectiveness, if used wrongly or if you rely too much on it, it can be very deficient, especially when you're trying to estimate catastrophe. Catastrophe is the thing we need to worry about. So my message to you is, what could go catastrophically wrong? So we have a working manager here. You see Mr. Amjath in the front row? See? He is the man who will be on to you if you don't pay your bills. Right? He will send his team in. And, you know, I say to him, what can go catastrophically wrong with Musk's finances? Now, if he doesn't know that, then I worry. I haven't asked him yet, so I'm actually worried. But I will ask him to allay my fears. Both sides, the soft side of risk management, focuses on people and organisational issues. And I say, there's a very serious psychological problem, as exemplified by our good friend, our young master's man over there, who is destined for great things, I feel sure. The psychological problem is people focus on delivering their objectives and they don't want to think about what can seriously go wrong. And if people tell them what can go wrong, they say, look, don't give me this kind of thing. Tell me how to make money. I don't want to hear about your problems. That is the problem. So both sides have significant issues so far unsolved. Risk management was failed badly in the global financial crisis. You know, some of the biggest banks in the world, they had thousands, literally, of PhDs in maths, nuclear engineering, astrophysics, the whole works. They still failed because they were not focusing on what people were doing and how they could badly go wrong. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we don't need the analysis, yes, of course we do. You can't do without it, but by itself it's not enough. As well as the individual issues, an overriding problem is the two sides rarely talk to each other. So risk management on the quantitative side rarely talks to the governance and the other side of the business. And both of them run up to the risk blindness problem. There are solutions being worked on, but generally politics gets in the way. And we're all experts in politics in Asia. That is one thing people do know about. But there you are. Risks do have a reward. This mouse had not been on the risk management training program. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you have been, thanks for listening, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to try and answer. No questions? I could try and show this one video if you were interested, which might be useful. Oh, a question.
I have one.
Okay, sure.
I come from a country where we have a certain rescue teams that people volunteer to go to.
Which country is that?
Iceland.
Oh my God, you're from Iceland?
So when
That is very unfair of you not to say so. May I ask, so what on earth are you doing here?
I'm a dependent spouse.
Oh, yeah, right, okay.
My wife works at an IT company here. We came here 3 weeks ago.
You're not buying any banks, are you?
No.
Your question is?
My question is, when I go up to a mountain in Iceland and I look at the weather forecast and I estimate the risk, but the likelihood that I come back again is dependent on the people who rescue. So I want to ask you, what about that aspect of risk management? Is the risk only the catastrophic part of it, or how we come out of the catastrophic event?
Okay, there's two things. One is the catastrophic event, and the other one is what we do to manage it. So, what is the catastrophic event? The catastrophic event is you're left frozen on a mountain and never come down at all. Well, then we're looking at what's the mitigations, and you are basically dependent on someone coming to rescue you. So you're making a big assumption there. So if you're managing that risk, well, I wouldn't go up the mountain nicely. Your best way to manage the risk is don't go up the mountain. But seriously, the analogy, if you're going to go up the mountain in Iceland, then the question is, how reliable do you believe is mountain rescue in that particular mountain? Ask any questions about that?
We rarely use alignment.
Rarely. Well, if you're happy to go with rarely lose, then there's no more advice I can give you. But you must know all the I mean, in Iceland, everyone knows everyone. So therefore, you must know all the guys on the mountain rescue. So you've got special knowledge. I think that's the point. Any other questions? No? Well, thank you very much for listening. Have a nice tea break.
David, thank you very much. Very impressive presentation. Okay, we will have a very short break, 10 minutes, and we come back. We have one more presentation, My friend Mark, he will present his PhD thesis progress, and also we have 2 PhD extension sessions. And those if you have time, please stay with us. And we also do training for you for your own different sessions. Thank you.
No. It's a place.
Please get some coffee for you.
There's no sugar. No, there's tea. No sugar. Yeah, there's black tea.
Very nice. This is English.
practice it.
Sorry, I forgot you shot it.
No, we need to see what it's just
Sorry, unless you may be able to do it online.
Can you just
I knew what you were trying to say. Because I realized obviously you did that exam. Did you? I'm so sorry. You did answer that.
You were in
We may need to understand it. We're going to be out of the country for too long.
He postponed it to March. I won't take a few days off.
Well, that's what I need to do. Echo, you talking now?
Yeah.
You need to go another cup of tea. You're not doing it just yet, are you?
No.
We have to go.
No, you don't go now. I finished for the website and after we just have 5 minutes training on the.
Okay.
5 minutes like I finished. Yeah, 5 Malaysian minutes.
Oh, Malaysia 5 minutes. Are you okay with that? Malaysia 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Don't start yet, Echo.
Olivier. Yeah. But he's a very interesting guy.
No, you guys can always take me 5 minutes to catch up.
Or you can get it in English. Okay. moving forward? Or? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we start?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, and very pleased to still see a number of people now listening to the maybe not so exciting part, right? So, but still, I would like to give you an update on the progress, which is a very small progress, right, on my PhD. The thesis is on the impact of regulatory measures on banking business models, right, and Dr. Foska talked already about some areas which I, through my thesis, want to have a closer look at. Right? So, and yeah, you mentioned the global financial crisis, right, which actually triggered a number of regulations, right? So, and which for the banks that with the global financial crisis was extremely tightened, right? So, but the question is, does it have an impact, and what is the impact for the bank actually, right? So, yes, we saw banks are deleveraging, right? But are they also changing? Here the question is, what impact does it have on their business model, right? So, and that's so to speak the preliminary address of the thesis, right? So here we need to be aware that banks have a different business model, right? So oh, battery is running low. Yeah. So, just find the container here. Okay, issue solved. Right. So and the business model, yeah, and the example was Northern Rock, right? Why could they, for example, tremendously increase their profitability, right? So the business model of Northern Rock is actually not that unfamiliar for banks, right? So, so what you do is you get your funds in short term, you lend long term, right? That's the principal business model for banks, right? That's also one of their key, you can say, key tasks, right, to ensure maturity transformation. However, there are different features in the business model, right, which then also expose the industry, but also the real economy to what we then call systemic risk, right? So, and here the question is, what should the regulator do about it, right? Is it what I would call a one-fits-all program, regulatory program, which we would see more as a macroeconomic measure, or would they then need to take what I would call microeconomic, meaning bank-to-bank regulation? So firstly, we need to understand what types of business models do exist, right? So what's here the definition of business model, right? And if you look at the literature, then we have that very theoretical definition of structural template describing the organization of a focal terms transaction with all of its external constituent factor in product markets, right? So, but what does it actually mean? You can translate that, right? So, and that's the interesting question for you, right? So, what type of banks do you have? You have retail banks, you have wholesale banks, right? So, what is the difference, right? So, wholesale banks would not deal with individuals. So, but what are the factors for us to differentiate, and how can we here uniquely differentiate? And then the question here would be, how can we condense that into one variable, right? Remember, I want to look at the impact of regulation on the bank's business model, right? So that would be the dependent variable, right? So, however, the challenge here is that you also have macroeconomic factors which have an impact on the bank system, right? So, and that's one thing which we have to filter out, right? So, and this is where the challenge is: can we really filter that out, right? So, firstly, challenge: can we come up with a dependent variable? How do we condense that we can say, okay, let's say 0.2, right? That represents retail model, 0.8 represents investment bank. As an example, are we able, when we have identified the various types of business models, to bring that into that variable, right? So what are the macroeconomic factors which have an impact? Can we then insulate that to say this is really the regulatory impact which we would see? Yeah, so I've already described that we need to segregate between the various banking business models, right? So why are discriminating characteristics, right? What are those discriminating characteristics, right? So I already said we want to look at the impact of the regulation, right? And has that really led to a change of the system, right? And what would the regulator want to see? What is the regulator's intention to see? If you think about it, and now it's good to know that we have someone from an affected country, right? So what are the banks now doing in Iceland? Are they still do banking, or are they back to fishing? No.
Yeah, the government owns 2 of the 3 banks.
Okay. But are they still in wholesale banking? Are they still exposing themselves to other countries?
No.
Exactly, right? So that's one thing, and probably they will serve only the Icelandic market, right? So rather than expanding abroad, going into investment banking, for example, or wholesale banking, right? So so that the risk can be managed, right, and does not get out of control. Right? So when I looked at the literature, interestingly, you find a number of interesting working papers, right? So one, how systemic risk and banking business model is correlated, right? So the other one is more about where they monitor the banking business model, right? So where they try already to segregate the different business models, right? So and the other interesting working papers is on the banking business model and the separation issue. Yeah, can you really discriminate between those models, right? So and yeah, the other interesting one here also mentions follow the money, right? So is where exactly what Dr. Bobka mentioned, right? So banks changing, right? So why did so many banks move into investment banking, right? Follow the money, right? So and neglecting the risk, what it takes, right? Also, I have created a template how to review and what are the differences between the different working papers, right? For me, in that sense, interesting to filter out what is the approach, right? How to differentiate those business models, right? So, for example, is it reasonable to apply cluster analysis? What type of cluster analysis do you apply? Or do you need to look at regression, right? So then we have this question: to what extent do we differentiate, right? Is it just trading and non-trading, or investment banking versus trading, funded, retail funded via diverse funding, right? Relationship banking, transaction banking, right? So how do we define that? What is here the best, right? That we can come up with a dependent variable, right? So to show you an example out of the focused retail, right, and diversified retail. Right? So, however, unfortunately, I'm not that far that I can say, yeah, this here is the correct classification, right, or this is the applicable classification that we later on can look at the regulation. Right? Just to give you a flavor, what you could actually look at and what factors are relevant. Right? So here they look at 6 factors, for example, bank liability, derivative exposure, right? So and they have done that via a cluster analysis. Right? So from the methodology, I've already mentioned. First, define the business model, right? That's the key, right? So that the people understand what we are looking at, right? So then that's the key challenge. Do we get the data from? What time horizon can we cover, or do we need to cover, right? If you think about regulation, actually the first global regulation came in 1988, right? So would we have data from that time, right? So from the research, so one conclusion I have already, right? So unfortunately, there would not be much data available. The problem is that many banks vanished, right? We had so many crises that they either merged or really vanished, right? So so it wouldn't make sense, right? So then you can go back to in bank scope actually till 1992, right? So but again we had in the 90s several events. One which also affected here, Malaysia, the Asian financial crisis, right? So which made a lot of mergers necessary, right? So the other key question is what is the sample of banks we need to look at, right? So is it, and in the beginning I thought, yeah, look here at the region, right? But that again would limit the number of banks we can look at, right? So then when we extract the data, right? So what is the data we get? For example, can we get the information on derivatives? Can we get the information on liability, etc.? So I was struggling quite a lot with that, right? So and as I've mentioned, when you have then the data, then the question is which statistical approach can you differentiate, right? So eventually, we decided to look at this globally, right? So extracted 839 banks globally from the year 2000, right? So with total assets of a minimum of 25 billion. Why? Because the smaller a bank is, the more it's determined what kind of business model they follow, right? So you would not see much changes, right? It's more for the larger institutions. Also that you get the data over that longer time period, right? It's only possible if you look at the larger institutions, right? So and then, as I said, I want to see as much factors as possible, extract as much factors as possible. 23 factors we have, I have extracted, right? And now I was able after, and that is still not finished, still need to clean more on the data, but at least to run some plots in R. How do those factors correlate between each other, or how would they determine how we build our clusters, right? So if you look, for example, at return on assets and derivatives, right, to see that a number of banks are highly profitable, right, in the derivatives business, right? So, however, also others not pursuing that, right? So usually you would say on that, right? So we'll also look at those 23 factors at each other, right? So whether we get a better indication, what is really worth than run the cluster analysis, right? So the next step would be clustering, right? So cluster analysis here, run different cluster analysis, would we have different outcomes, right? Finalize also the selection of regions and bank size, right? So would we get the indication that we actually need to cover more, right? So then what we have currently included, and also as there are updates, for example, from the European Bank Monitor, right? So continue on the literature extraction, review, and summary. So I hope that for the next colloquium, which I heard is going to happen in Vietnam, so quite excited about that. Right? So even though I'm going there next week, that then I'm able to present more, right? So that we can then already say, okay, this will be the business models we are looking at. We have the variable, right? So and that would be the goal for the next colloquium. Any questions? Yeah.
What type of business model are you using for your business?
Come again?
What type of business model you are using?
Well, currently I'm indifferent. That's why I'm running those plots currently to see what are the factors which could lead to clustering, right? So that's why I say, would we just look at two different types, right? As I said, trading, non-trading, for example, right? Or can we differentiate even further, right? So that will be the one of the key areas to look at, right? So does it make sense for what we want to look at, right? So and can we really discriminate, over that long time period between 3 or 4 business models, or is it only of value to look at 2? Any other questions?
Is there a consistency between the data, or do you have to make adjustments? How much does that affect the reliability of the data?
You mean consistency between the data?
No, from the different banks? Are they all similar, or do you have to make?
No, I mean the banks are all different, right? That's what you saw in the plot. You have some with huge derivative exposures. You have others with none, right? So that's exactly what I want to look at, right? How can I cluster that, right? That I can really differentiate between those. What are the indicators to differentiate, right? And how can we translate that into a variable? Okay. Then, if not any further questions, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, this is the time that we have our game session. Before that, I would like to invite our honorable examiner, Professor Dr. Bajai, and also Dr. David Busker. If possible, please come closer. We were talking about if possible, please come closer and sit in front, and I will give you the lecture, you can speak on the draft of the proposal and the evaluation form. So first presenter is Ms. Puiwei. She is doing her PhD in transportation and logistics, and she is the first presenter who is going to present and defense her proposal in this day. Tomorrow also we have an industry talk. Dr. Hari from Land Transportation Malaysia, SPAD, DPD here with our guest in the morning, and those who have time, please join the session, and he's going to share us many interesting things about land transportation. And also in the afternoon, we have some presentation, and also we are going to have closing session to wrap up these 4 days colloquium, PhD for postgraduate colloquium. As maybe you already know, we are going to go to Vietnam for the next round of postgraduate colloquium. Even for those postgraduate students, master students, if you're interested to join us in Vietnam, you can also apply for it. And you can, about getting visa and so on, you must go through the process. But if you need letter or invitation, we will provide for you. You can also join us in Vietnam on 21st to 1st of February for 4 days, 2017, 4 days. So plan for it and schedule, and maybe you can put this in your schedule and plan for this. So once again, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Berjaya, our honorable examiner, and also Dr. David. Dr. Ramanash also please join us. So another examiner is Dr. Mahmoud. He's joining us later. So if you let me, I will we go through the defense, and I pass the microphone to Ms. Puiwei as well.
Are we also allowed to ask questions? Are we also allowed to ask yeah. I already I got here.
So the
Yeah, I did some.
Very good afternoon to Dr. Bajai, Dr. Bachmer, and also Dr. Apu, and also to other students and lecturers as well that are present today. So, the title of my thesis is Parking Demand and Shared Parking Services for Rail Stations and Empirical Evidence Using TAM. TAM is Technology Acceptance Model. So if you see here, the topic is going to be divided into two, parking demand, and then you'll see shared parking services. I'm going to explain this to you a little bit in detail as we go on. And my main supervisor is Prof. Prem Kumar, and my co-supervisor is Dr. Reza. So let's move on. In this session, I'm going to talk about the background of the research, problem statement, research objectives, questions, and hypotheses, limitations, delimitations of this research and the significance. I'm going to go a little bit on the literature review and also research methodologies and the framework of the research. So a little bit of the background. We're talking about a lot of MRT and LRT development around in town, in Klang Valley especially. So the research is going to be focused on that and how we solve a certain problem that is occurring because of the development. So the topic is going to be in Malaysia, of course. This is going to be the scope of research. And in Klang Valley, which includes Selangor, Kuala Lumpur, and also Putrajaya. And then, okay, you can see here that these are the Klang Valley Integrated Rail Transit existing lines, the existing lines that we have in town. So we have the commuters, Seremban line, Port Klang line, commuter, Ampang, and also Klang Jaya, that is LRTs, and KLIA Express line, and also KL Monorail. And these are going to be the new lines that we have always been talking about. You see this in the newspaper, we see it everywhere. That the extension, the MRT line 1 and MRT line 2 and line 3 will be coming up. So MRT line extension is recently completed, like 1 or 2 months ago, right? And MRT line 1 is going to be completed in 2017, and line 2 and line 3 will be in 2020. So our concern here is going straight into the problem statement. The concern here is the number of parking space available at the park and ride facilities may not be able to cater for the growing number of rail passengers. And especially after the MRT line 1 is built in Klang Valley, because it's a huge spike in rail passengers. And the concern is, again, the number of parking space available. So, in 2017. So these may cause massive traffic congestion, air pollution, and the limitation of rail transit system ridership.
Can I just ask you, just to check here, they planned the MRT, but they didn't actually plan any parking spaces.
They did.
They did?
They did. They did. I'm going to show you a little bit later on the statistics or the parking space that they have actually allocated.
Okay.
So these are the effects, right? If you don't have enough parking space, that is going to be traffic congestion, and you already know that.
We're familiar with that. Very familiar.
Okay,
You should show when it's raining.
So it's going to be like 1.2 billion meters wasted, and the cost of traffic congestion is estimated at 1% to 2.2% of GDP, and 41% of people actually run traffic congestion, traffic jams as their number one frustration. And of course, this can be overcome to take public transport, right? And also, when it comes to traffic congestion, it's going to cause air pollution. And transport vehicles and industrial emissions are major sources of pollutants in the Klang Valley. And 89% greatest share of pollutions and transportation is, the greatest contribution. And a study actually shows that the aggregate willing to pay value was about 1 billion for air quality improvement, and people actually are willing to pay for better air. Right, and this is a very important thing, right? A very important issue when we talk about parking constraint problem. Is the reason why some are reluctant to travel by the LRT, which actually limits the rail passengers and it actually limits the rail ridership. So parking space is important in this case. So let's move on to the research objectives and questions. Number 1 will be to measure the car parking occupancy rates at parking lot facilities, that is the current, and to estimate the car parking demand for Klang Valley after the implementation of MRT Line 1. So we want to know what is going to be the future car parking demand. And after this, we will review the possible solutions to car parking constraints. And 4, 5, 6, 7, these are the objectives when we study the acceptance of shared parking services. That eventually this research is going to zoom down into shared parking services. That's what I talked about in the second part. This is where shared parking services that we want to test the acceptance of this concept in Klang Valley. So these 4 objectives will be related to the technology acceptance model. Questions of the research. When we measure the parking occupancy rate at parking lot facilities, we're just going to choose 5 locations because of the obvious time and resource constraints. And the current parking lot facilities some of them are actually outsourced to the parking management, and it's a little bit hard to get data on that. And of course, there's no automated parking system. And secondly, the literature on shared parking services is limited because this is fairly a new concept. And we're going to review other shared services, such as the concept like Airbnb, it's a shared accommodation, or Uber, it's a shared ride sharing. So we're going to review that. And coming to the delimitations of research, the parking space refers to car parking space, which does not include the bicycles, the motorcycles, the buses, and the trucks. So it's going to be focused on just cars. Car parks under Prasarana and NPJ only. Prasarana is the operator of the LRT system and the MRT system. And NPJ is the municipal council. So this includes these 2, and of course the other private car parks are not included. But there are other car parks around the MRT, so we're not going to include that in our study. And Google Earth Pro will be used to measure the parking occupancy rate, so other methods are not included. And linear regression method will be used to forecast the car parking demand, and other methods are not included. We have full focus on shared parking solution and other solutions to overcome the parking space constraint will not be included. And TAM and random sampling will be used to test the shared parking service acceptance. So other models and sampling method will not included as well. And smart PLS software, we're going to use that for the spatial modeling. And other softwares are not included. Okay, the significance of the research. Overall, you will see that, the concept itself is going to reduce traffic congestion and air pollution. It's going to increase public transport usage, and it's going to achieve the ETP and GTP. ETP is actually the Economic Transportation Program, and GTP also Government Transportation Program. And this is going to bring out the true potential of a world-class rail transit system in Malaysia. And of course, when we get to solve the car parking constraint problem at rail stations, when it's sustainable and in terms of the environment and economics, and this is actually a concept that can be implemented in anywhere around the country, not just in rail stations, can be implemented in the stadium or anywhere around.
That's another question. So you go on. Look, if we generate more demand on the LRT, have you ever been on the LRT?
I have.
I'm a very regular user of the LRT. But at peak times, it seems to me the LRT is completely full. It doesn't have extra capacity. So, how do you take that into consideration? Because if you generate a lot more demand for LRT, and there's one train every 2 minutes, and they're all completely full, how is that going to solve it? Just, I guess.
Well, if there is a rail, if you have a rail, ongoing rail timetable and all that, one thing is that is the morning peak and the evening peak are the peak hours. So if they are able to generate more parking space in the morning and of course in the evening, that is going to give you a little bit of space, but not entirely. But you may need to actually put in some other measures that actually is in the one of the objectives here to review the possible solutions for car parking constraint, which includes policies and of course the pricing and the regulations and to
No, I was asking, will the rail system be able to cope with the increased demand? Or is it hitting its maximum? That's what I was asking. Are you going to look at that? Because in other words, if you get an extra 500,000 car parking space or 200, whatever it is, that generates another 100,000 passengers. Well, if they can't actually physically get on the train, you've actually got to, are you actually examining the capacity of the transport system to cope with the potentially increased demand by producing car parking?
I understand what you mean. That is the demand may be there, but the car,
the availability,
the real car may not be able to
exactly
to handle the amount of passengers.
Yeah.
We don't look into that actually because that's like it's part of the operations.
Right. Okay. No, just wanted to check. But I advise you to go. A good place to go is there's some like KLCC at 6 o'clock, LRT, and you'll find queues, 20 people in each line the whole way, and the trains are coming one every 2 minutes. So suppose everyone could park easier, and you get another 1,000 people.
Is for the park and ride facilities is that we don't put it right in the middle of the town because the town area is where people walk, and I mean they're supposed to walk. Maybe even sometimes they don't.
No, sorry, it's just something that occurred to me.
So I'm going to go through a little bit on the literature review, and the fact is for park and ride facilities. This is one of the examples. That is in PWTC LRT station. They have shopping mall, they have convention center, they have hotel, and World Trade Center and offices and residentials. So these are places that is just 1 kilometer away from the LRT. So people may not actually use the parking space for the purpose that you think that they would. But of course, there is also a measure to come to that, where they have a card. If you actually go on a train with the card, then you get some discounts. Otherwise, it's probably more expensive than you park nearby the commercial area. So, okay, coming back to this, parking space constraint. These are the researches that other researchers have done. So when they measure the parking constraint rate is 95, 90, 95, 85, 92, 100. So these are past records. So we want to know what is current. So the objective number 1 is to measure the car parking occupancy rate at a park and ride facilities. That's objective. And then of course the government is aware of the lack of car parking space, and especially after the implementation of the MRT. So they have been adding car parking bays eventually. Like in 2012, they actually added 2,000 plus parking bays. In 2013, another 2,000 plus. And in 2014, another 2,000 plus. So they keep on adding and adding and adding. So according to the Malaysian Transport Ministry, so there's going to be a 10,000 parking bays under the park and ride concept that will be built in stages and available in Klang Valley by 2020. So the question is this enough? So who's going to determine whether this is going to be enough? So this actually depends on the parking demand. So that comes to our second objective here, that is to estimate the car parking demand for Klang Valley after the implementation of MRT Line 1. So that's the second objective. Now the third objective is that now that we have actually estimated the car parking demand, we want to know if we have a car parking space constraint, what are the solutions to this? So this is one of the objectives, is to review the possible solutions to car parking space constraint. And where to build more car park space, according to Prasarana, although they are looking at finding a solution to the parking issues, they are challenged with the lack of land to provide more parking space. Right? So are there other solutions? So that's when we look into the overall picture. We look into the space that we can see. Then we look into this. Now, car park can be divided into public and private car parks. They'll be on street or off street. On street will be the ones near the roads, and the off street the ones at the basement and at the places. So now, to cut it short, right, all of the spaces is actually being used, like the shopping malls, the office towers, the hospital buildings, and the parking ride and everything. But we have not actually explored residentials, because we have physical space. It's physical, it's just that we're not making use of it. So residential and institutions. Institutions would be like government complex or a university. So these are the places that we can actually share, right? It's just that we are not making use of it right now. So to a shared parking concept, which is the second part of the research that I mentioned to you earlier. So with this, we are going to measure, we're going to study the technology acceptance model, using this model to study the acceptance of shared parking services. So this is the basic model, and this is our proposed model. So based on this, I know it's a little bit small here, but I'm going to read to you. This is perceived usefulness. This is perceived ease of use. Right? These two, we're going to remake these two, and we're going to see the relationship between parking influencing factors on perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use, and further the intention to use the shared parking services in Klang Valley. So this is the model. And based on this model, we are going to divide it into two aspects. Parking aspect and also online aspect. Parking aspect, you can see, is actually a parking choice influencing factor. Whether parking cost, parking search time, parking location, and also parking attributes, the characteristics. Right? That's basically your parking. And the second part will be the online aspect. Application risk. Dr. David has talked about risk, there's a lot of use of risk. But application risk that we're going to talk here is privacy risk. Like for example, if you release your personal information on the internet, and of course the online banking information, that is financial risk, and of course security risk as well. And besides application risk, compatibility and self-efficacy. So that comes the fourth, fifth, and sixth, seventh objectives here, to study the relationship between all this. And as you can see, I'm going to go through this very briefly. Parking aspect influencing factors. We talk about parking fee or parking charges. The numbers are the source of literature, which is on the next page. And Parking costs will be fee or charges. Such time will be the parking access time. Access time is how much time do you need to reach the parking lot, parking destination, and finding time, searching time, queuing and waiting is all falls under the category of time. And the location, walking distance to the rail station, and accessibility to the parking space, how accessible it is. Yeah, that. And parking attributes the condition of the walkway, the condition of the parking space, security of the parking area, and the availability of parking space. So these are the parking characteristics of the parking lots. So when we look at online aspects, we have application risk, right? Security of the application, risk of online payment, the transaction, and the revelation of personal information. And compatibility will be compatible with applications, with other applications that you have installed on your laptop or your mobile. And then compatible with your style and your habits. And provision of complete course. Straightforward interface, customization of the interface. Right, and finally, self-efficacy is the knowledge of using the application. So how knowledgeable is that person is going to be will affect the usage. So these are the references, numbers that you see in the previous slide. So a little bit of summary. So we talk about we're going to talk about this role, and we know the benefits and the negative impacts of the parking lot facilities. And there is a necessity for more parking space in Klang Valley. And then previous researchers has done a lot of research on parking occupancy, and we now want to see the current situation in Klang Valley, and that's where the first three objectives are going to be. So that's a gap over there that we want to study. Okay, we go straight into the research methodology.
So could you just go through the gap again, please? That's the crucial thing. Just take us through that slowly. That's the crucial bit. The gap is what you're going to cover, yeah, in your research?
Yes.
Take us through that.
Yes. I actually have a lot of more literature on this one,
Right.
but I didn't cover in this presentation.
It's on the bottom.
At the bottom?
Ah.
Okay. So the current situation in Klang Valley is that we talk about the parking occupancy. So when we measure the parking occupancy rate at the park and ride facilities, where previous research has actually done it, but we don't know the current
So
parking
the gap.
occupancy
The
rate.
current rate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after we know the parking occupancy rate now, so okay, then we say, all right, so we don't have enough parking lots. So how many do we need?
Right. Go on.
So future parking demand in Klang Valley in 2017. So after the MRT one has actually finished and is implemented. So what is the car parking demand then? So we want to know.
Did you tell us how you're going to estimate that?
Linear regression, that's on the scope of work. So we're going to go to the methodology.
Oh, you'll tell me a bit more about that.
Yeah.
Okay. And the last one?
And the last one will be the possible
Okay.
solutions to parking space closure. It's going to be a literature review, a systematic review.
So it's the second one we really want to learn.
Now the first one, to measure parking occupancy rate. Previous researchers has actually done parking utilization surveys and using automated parking system data. And it's going to look something like this. Right, every half an hour or every hour. So you get a point. So in this research, we're going to use a non-conventional method. It's going to be a cross-sectional study and observation at a specific point in time. We're going to use Google Earth Pro. It's non-conventional, non-biased, and we're going to use the Google Earth imageries to see the actual car parking space that is occupied and non-occupied. So we're going to see, we can calculate that. And of course, there will be places where it's been so. This is, that's a tree nearby and a LRT nearby. So it's going to be combined with the on-site survey and observation to look at areas that, that is hidden. So, and of course, we're going to get some information from the parking attendants as well if they are there. And data collection will be more on weekday because for the trip purpose of work and also study. So we're not interested in the leisure kind of trip. Right? So, and preferences will be 9 to 4 o'clock as what previous researchers has done. So the peak hours will be between this period of time. Okay, the second objective, quantitative survey. We will use linear regression. It's a predictive analysis to explain the relationship between one dependent variable and the independent variable. And it's going to be the secondary data that we will get from the Department of Statistics. And we get dependent variable will be a year. And independent variables, we have population, vehicle registration, and also rail passenger ridership. We're gonna measure this, and in 2017, we're gonna get the figure, and we're gonna benchmark it with 2014. So then we get a figure like 2017. So the hypothesis is that the car parking demand for Klang Valley RLT system after the implementation of MRT 91 is at least double compared to year 2014. So why double? Is because the rail ridership is actually estimated as double. So then we will figure out that the ridership is at least going to be double. The car parking demand is at least going to be double. Right. So that's the objective number 2. And objective number 3 will be to review the possible solutions. Qualitative study with a systematic review, a critical assessment and evaluation of all research studies that address a particular issue, which uses a secondary data from journals, conferences, government report, research reports, and newspaper articles, and also from the internet. So all the possibility solutions, which includes policies and regulations and things. Right, and the objective number 4, 5, and 6, and 7. The 4 objectives will be to study the shared parking acceptance, right, using the TAM model. It's going to be a quantitative study using Cauchy square structure equation modeling, which is a mathematical model, computer algorithm, and statistical method. And TAM is to how users come to accept and use the shared parking services. And this is going to be a primary data collection. You're going to do a survey. And then the location will be at the rail station, and the target population is going to be the rail passengers who drive the car. And the sampling method is going to be random, so everyone is equal to, answer the questions. And the sample size will be calculation and the margin of error, 90%. Coefficient is 385, and we're going to use SmartPLS3 for this analysis. And hypothesis, as actually mentioned in the front slide. So these are the variables. So you can see the relationship. So altogether, there are about 10 that we want to examine. So these are the hypotheses. So the first one will be this relationship, PU and PE relationship with IU. The second one will be perceived ease of use, possibility related to perceived usefulness. And the third part will be all of these different factors is positively related to perceived usefulness. And the compatibility and self-efficacy is going to be positively related to perceived ease of use. So you can see the framework of research is based on the 7 objectives. The first is to measure parking occupancy rate. The second is to estimate car parking demand, to review the possible solutions, and we're going to study the acceptance of shared parking services in Thailand. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. How I can call you?
Rewind.
We1. Okay, thank you very much. Actually, we did well on your work. I have a number of questions regarding to your report that I have here. My first question that is from the outline. I haven't seen any number of chapters here, the name of chapters in your
Oh, okay. Because this is actually, I extracted it from the actual thesis
One of you has to stop using
for the research proposal. So initially, my research proposal is just like 8 or 9 pages. So that was like sometime last year when I did a thesis defense. And then eventually, you know, we got to change a little bit and we got to tweak and then we try to go.
That's how it is. You should name your chapter. You should name your chapter.
Oh, you mean?
You should name chapter 1.
Oh, okay, okay.
Don't say that you are just chapter this somewhere. The next question is about the abstract, actually. I'm wondering how come you have abstract now? How you have abstract now? You have the analysis, your proposal. What do you mean by this abstract?
This abstract is actually like an overview of what the content is going to be.
It is an introduction, right?
Yeah.
For the chapter.
Yes.
Or an overview for all the proposal.
It's an intro for the overall of this document.
Actually, you shouldn't have a name for this time.
Okay.
Abstracts now have to do analysis or finish your thesis. This regarding background, right, okay. Let's look at your problem. Do you have your report? Do you have a copy of this report?
Over here?
Yeah. No, in your actually, it's okay.
I don't have it as a handling.
Okay. There is a lot of spacing. Actually, the report is unstable. A lot of spacing. The problems that we will come here. It's okay. Never mind.
I was going to address that actually because it looks great on my computer, but I bring it to university and I clean it out. It's like that. I'm so sorry.
So, can you please tell me in one sentence what is your problem? What's the problem that you are going to solve?
Lack of content space.
Lack of content space. But unfortunately, you haven't stated that in your problem, right? But then you should state that when you bring your evidence, who saying that there is a problem, you should state, therefore, this study is going to do blah blah blah. What you say? It's going to solve the lack of.
In the introduction?
In your problem statement.
Problem statement.
I couldn't find that sentence as I said. You should state your problem statement. Okay? If anyone make note of it, I can there is some evidence in your problem statement. Wikipedia.
Yes.
But from my understanding, Wikipedia is very weak source to have the university problem statement.
Okay.
So I'm not sure there is a lot of articles you have to decide. Many articles in your problem statement. So long, very long, write your problem statement. You speak about everything, but some citation is given on Wikipedia. Wikipedia is very weak as evidence in your problem statement. You should consider that.
prime sources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Must be in Wikipedia, gives you the prime source.
Yeah, to the article, journal article.
Okay.
Wikipedia is very weak. Moreover, your problem statement is very long, too long, and you wrote it as a report of what's going on. Actually, I have advice for you here that in academic writing, you should write in your one paragraph at least 3 sentences. And not be less than 3 sentences.
You mean one paragraph?
Yeah,
Oh,
in one paragraph.
Others also they don't.
Yeah, because it's
Not really.
oh,
Don't be afraid, I'm here just to correct you. Okay? I'm trying my best in order to help you as much as I can. Okay? Let's back regarding your problem statement. You should note that you cannot use Wikipedia as evidence in your problem statement because that source it is very weak. Okay? Moreover, you should state your problem statement, what you are going to do at the end of your problem. You should also rewrite your problem statement based on academic writing. Each paragraph cannot be less than 3 sentences, and one paragraph cannot be 1 page. Okay? This is my comment regarding the problem statement. Can we go to the to your research question on your slide, your question on high research? You say here you have 7 objectives, right?
Yeah.
And you have seven questions.
Yes.
Are you sure your question is reflecting your objective?
Yes.
They are reflecting. When I come to here to your research hypothesis, and you go to number 3, you say here there is no hypothesis for this item. What do you mean by this?
Number 2, you mean?
Number 3.
Oh, number 3.
On page 31st, you say there is no hypothesis for this item. What's the meaning of it?
Because the solutions will be the solutions. There's no projection for that particular hypothesis. Like, I should not expect it to come out in any way.
So why you take it? There is no solution that come out.
It's a
the current solution. She's going to give us the solution. Huh?
But she have to hypothesize it. She cannot give us a solution.
I think the hypothesis is that she can come up with a solution, right?
Yeah.
That's a hypothesis.
But to write like this way, that is
Yeah.
totally wrong. We said there is no hypothesis.
So should I do like now?
No.
Because there is no consistency here.
So it's gonna be like she highlights what are the solutions
Yeah.
for that particular question.
Actually, we have, when we hypothesize, we should say the previous study, they say there is a significant relationship, either positive or negative, right? So we follow what they say in previous literature. If they say there is positive relationship between what you're going to do and this, the majority of the literature, they say positive, you should state your direction and you say there is positive relationship. If there is mixed result between previous literature, some of them they say positive, some of them they say negative. Here you can use alternative hypothesis.
What's your view on this? Because what we're saying here is that if you do some research and you come up with a very useful answer to a social problem, but it doesn't fit within the framework of an academic thesis, then we have a problem. Well, how can we bring the solution to a problem within the framework where you don't pre-state a hypothesis and say whether it is correct or not, but you actually try to come up with some innovative solution?
If I'm not a sequence,
Go on.
that's why if you do your, for example, for your secondary mathematics, then you identify solution.
Then you hypothesize.
Yes. And then you find the finding that will come there.
Can you actually put in your research hypothesis that the hypothesis will emerge after part 1 or something like that?
You don't have to put it up. So basically the problem differences must be left there.
Because they're not going to only to hypothesize, right? Then you are going to test your data, the result comes, then you accept or reject. This is what common business. Okay.
What's the advice for the
Actually, my advice for hypothesis is to look back what is the previous literature said. Then go and hypothesize. You can say if there is no literature, you can't just hypothesize an alternative about it.
So even though it is a qualitative, this is
No,
qualitative.
Well, there isn't a hypothesis, is there? A hypothesis is where you say, I believe this is true, and then you try to prove it, right?
Yes.
With
Yes.
evidence.
Yes.
But you are trying to do something more useful than that, i.e. solve a social problem. So we're not sure how you can fit that in.
Okay, regarding qualitative and quantitative, I have a question for you. Is your
But before we leave that one, how are we going to leave it? Because she needs to know what to do.
Yeah.
You need to consult with your supervisor to ask him.
Yeah, you can consult with the supervisor, you can come and see us.
The supervisor says no hypothesis.
There's no hypothesis. They
Yeah,
say that.
because the objective is to find a solution. In the hypothesis that to tell you that, okay, I have a 10 list of a solution.
I would take it out if I were you.
Okay.
So I
Let's
Take it out there. Don't not provide your solution, but maybe don't continue problems.
Just don't put no hypothesis.
Don't say no hypothesis.
So I just put that.
So I have difference between your hypothesis here and hypothesis is another thing, right? Here you mentioned that you are going to have 7, right? But at the end of this chapter 3, I think, you have 12 hypotheses, right? So what's the difference between this and this? Why they are not consistent?
Oh, okay. The first part of the objective, the 4, is to show, let me show you this.
Show us your hypothesis in your slide. I think they are reflecting the last one.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So the first part for the hypothesis in the first chapter is actually to say that this is one hypothesis, and then this is one hypothesis, this is one hypothesis, and this is one hypothesis. So it's 4.
It's 4.
Yeah.
Oh, but here I have 7.
That is the first 3 when we talk about the target demand. Remember, I explained about the target
So
demand.
in your framework, you have those IPs as moderator, mediating IPs or what? Predicted. The 2, this
Which one?
This 2.
This 2?
2. The model, this one.
This one?
This one, what do you mean by this?
This is perceived usefulness of the shared market system and of course perceived ease of use of the shared market
What
system.
kind of what do you mean by that? They are your dependent variable or independent or mediating or what?
This is latent variable. So the dependent variable will be intention to use.
This
And
is
these are independents.
okay. Is missing writing hypothesis. Please be consistent with your framework. And in each part in your report, they should be consistent. If you say you combine one as a hypothesis, you should list the name of IDs. Okay?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I mean, if you say that 4, you say you have 4 hypotheses, right? Combine 4 IDs, 3 IDs.
Yeah. I'm going to take out the other one so you can see it clear. So in the objective, the 4 is actually this one, this one, this one, and this one.
Okay?
Yeah. So at the back, it's more detailed, going into every line of the hypothesis.
Then you want to have sub hypotheses. Sub hypotheses.
Sorry?
Means sub hypotheses you have.
Yes,
It's okay. Let's continue on this. Right, you said that you are going to use smart PLS analysis, right?
Yeah.
Why not have that? Why you choose this?
Well, there are 2 options actually if I want to do SEM. So I can use TBS imagery, SPSS, and labels, and of course I can test smart PLS. But based on the previous researchers, that comparing CB and also PLS, so I think PLS is actually used. So it's like the research.
You know the difference between DMS and the SEM?
PLS is actually exploratory. After exploratory and confirmatory, but PLS is always exploratory. I can actually use any one class, but then how to really use this because of watching the reference interface, of course, I use a better measuring video.
Okay.
I hope so.
Because
I haven't done it, so I don't know.
PLS is maintained sometimes the model right. So literature review, there is a lot of literature review. There's some mistake in your citation. Did you say you follow APA style, right?
Sorry.
APA style in your citation. I don't know.
APA, yeah.
So there is some mistake on your site. Okay. I already mentioned about that. References also, they are not consistent.
It's actually from the memory software
But
that's generated.
you should revise before you. Because monthly extract from Google Scholar. And Google Scholar sometimes they didn't write page number, they didn't write the volume and whatever, right? Sometimes there is similarities between two authors' names. So you find V or C or some letters before that citation. Okay, the mistake contact X is problem statement. Please rewrite your problem statement. Don't come up with the abstract. Hypothesis, revise them again and see what's the difference between this and this. You should state if there is positive relationship. You can't state in the previous study. If there is no positive or negative, you can't just use alternative option. Okay? That's all on my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Mahmoud. That was very detailed. I must say I didn't know half of that. I have learned something about preparing proposals now. It's Q1, yeah? Q1. Okay. I had more issues with the actual substance and methodology. I've got a couple of problems actually. Maybe you can explain to me. What I suppose the biggest thing that occurs to me, there may be a simple answer to this, is you're looking, well, two things. You're looking at trying to predict future demand for parking, and you're using ridership and estimates of the current ridership or projections of ridership as an independent variable. But they feed back, don't they? They're not independent of the, I mean, because basically if you expand more parking spaces and you generate more ridership than you already had, rather than saying this is the prediction. How is that dealt with in your model?
I think I was like it. I've actually had 60 over slides, so I hidden some of the slides
All right.
in order to speed it up a bit.
Okay.
I'll take out one of the slides to explain to you. Can you see this one? Okay. So, okay, before I go into this, it's a demographic factors that we talk about in order to predict the parking demand. I mentioned population, rear ridership, and also car ownership. That's car registration.
Right.
So from these three, based on this, we can say that For example, this is the population in Klang Valley. So this is the car registration or car ownership in Klang Valley. It's a fraction, right? So for rail systems, this is a rail transportation system, a rail passenger. So with these population, rail passengers, what is their car ownership? So when we get this, we can actually benchmark it. This is we have data for this in 2014. We also have data for that in 2017 when we estimate that, and we're using linear regression. So we can benchmark it and say that, you know,
But no, my point is that you've got the feedback, they're not independent. In other words, there's dependency both ways. In other words, you're trying to say if we have increasing rail ridership, that will give more demand. But actually, if you create more supply, that could actually create more demand for rail services itself. So in other words, that solution will affect that figure. So I don't think we've got a dependent and independent, because in this case, the dependent variable affects the independent one, because it feeds back.
the dependent is year.
Sorry?
The dependent variable is the year.
Is it? I thought we were trying to look at the relationship between the ridership and the demand for parking spaces.
Rear ridership is one of the factors.
Right.
And car ownership is one of the factors.
Right.
Okay, we agree that rear ridership value goes up, and then the demand goes up as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you make more parking spaces available, then the rail demand will go up as itself. So in other words, it feeds back. Maybe I need to take this up with you again. I don't want to spend all day on that one, but there may be a problem with the model, in my opinion. It's exactly the same as you had in my country many times in the UK. They say we've got roads which are excessively congested, therefore we'll build some more roads. But what happens is it actually generates more demand for roads, and they fill up as well. So that was the first one. I'll give you another couple of points as well. The other point I made before, which is the rail capacity. It's no good saying, well, if we have more parking spaces, then more people use the train, because the actual capacity of the rail may not be able to be sufficient as it is now to cope with that increased demand. And so, you know, it wouldn't work. You wouldn't get more people onto rail if the rail can't take it, and if the rail experience is not great. So that is an issue which you don't seem to have explored in terms of assessing rail capacity or the potential to expand.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say, but we're talking about after the implementation of MRT. So there's going to be like a whole new lot of, you know, space for people to get in. It's not like the current system that is really cool. So then you may want to.
So you're only dealing with MRT, in fact, not the rest of it.
Yeah, especially after the MRT is.
Okay, I understand. The other question I had was, how do you assess the extent to which people using the car parking are actually going on the train? Have you got an estimate for that? Isn't that a rather fundamental? But that's a rather fundamental thing, isn't it? Because, for example, if you provide more car parking and everyone using it is not going on the train, then you're actually not. You don't have your solution.
Because right from the beginning, we kind of established a problem that people don't want to go on the train because it's lack of space. Or
that's not the only reason, you know.
Of course, that's not one of the reasons. That's not the only reason, but one of the reasons.
Right. I think there are other reasons, and I wonder if you're going to explore them, because I suspect, maybe I'm not alone here, there's a lot of psychology going on here. I suspect many Malaysians wouldn't get on the train, even if it was free parking and the parking space was empty. I believe that a lot of them would still use their cars, actually. And I think that's a significant point. I think that's important. So I think there's maybe two gaps here. First of all, do we know that people, if you provide this parking, if most people or almost all people are not actually getting on the train with parking, then your solution won't actually impact the problem. I think that's the first thing. We need to know, say, the capacity that you'd be generating as well. And I think I have one other problem, which is why, if you're using Google and so on, why are you only looking at 5 locations?
Because earlier, when we look at Google, when we look at the previous, what other people has done, is that it is surveys that is actually measuring in between a half an hour, 1 hour, half an hour,
Right.
to get that, to get to that. And then we would want to see, and then we see the one particular spike that, that can take at any point. That's for Google. And then the limitation for Google is that you have bird's eye view, but you have multi-story. Then
True. But isn't 5 locations rather too few for statistical analysis?
We're not going to use that particular data for the subsequent ones because we want to show or prove or just to show that that's how our industry.
No, 385. 385 was for what?
Oh, the survey is 300.
The what?
385.
So how are you sampling?
Sorry? A random sample.
Why you use
Random because it's the most long for this because when we use random, we don't actually bias.
what is the unit of quantity? Your unit of quantity or individual?
Individual rail passengers.
Okay, let me comment that. First of all, I want to understand the topic. Parking demand and shared parking services for rail station. Empirical evidence using the and you said that you were going to explain the difference between parking demand and shared parking. And to my impression, your shared parking service is the potential solution, is it?
Yes.
Right. So that's part of the contribution that we are looking at. So, but your research, actually, your research is an action research. This is a very good research for DBA, basically, more than for PhD, where you have a specific problem to solve. And then you come up with the methodology. You use, first of all, you use the secondary data to observe. And then you want to use all sort of satellite and so on to really verify. And that's actually one research by itself. And then you want to use quantitative research to actually gauge the perceptions of the user. That is another research. But then you want to consolidate all this to come up with one finding that will solve your problem. And not only solve your problem, you want to actually verify that the shared parking service is the solution. Which is, to me, this is perhaps this warrant for PhD. And anyway, but as an action research, that is what you have to do. Otherwise, you will not solve the problem. So my suggestion is it is a matter of degree. For example, you can treat the secondary data as just a supplementary research. It is not your main research. But make your main research as the quantitative study. So in your quantitative study, you are actually measuring the perceptions expectations of the customer. That may not solve your problem, but your dependent variable is the intention to use. So that's what matters. If you can answer the question of what determines the intention to use, you actually fulfill your PhD. Okay, that's the first comment. Yes. I mean, you can still do the other research, but not make it as primary. Okay. And that will require you to change the topic. Your topic is about maybe the use. Yes.
Determinants of intention to
Yes,
use the
exactly.
MRT.
And you have two, you call it latent variable, which may in the middle that make the research already enough sophistication, and that you have to reflect in your title. Yeah, but it must be something relationship between all these independent variables with the intention to use, and that latent variable as the maybe like mediating or moderating. Okay. Then on the problem statement, your problem statement is currently very vague. You have to because problem statement is the heart of your thesis, your research. You have to personalize this thesis. And to personalize it, you start with your curiosity. What is your basic curiosity? Express your curiosity, and then argue why this curiosity is very important, that it must be answered theoretically and also practically. Practically in terms of contribution that you will make if you solve this, theoretically in terms of research gap that has been left. Then how you intend to do it, how you intend to answer your curiosity, and finally, most important, what you expect to discover. So this is what you expect to discover from this research in the end. So just for point, enough with a problem statement, 1-2 pages. Okay. Your research question and research objective, they are actually not very consistent with your conceptual model and hypothesis in the end. So you need to relook at this. And actually the hypothesis on page 31 is not necessary, because this is also different from your hypothesis at the back. And for example, on this page 31 we have hypothesis 1, 2, and 3 that can be eliminated, because that is not a hypothesis really. Yeah, the hypothesis will start at this 4 and to the end. Okay, but actually you don't have to put your hypothesis too early in chapter 1. Just leave it to chapter 2 and not chapter 2 later. You may have your theoretical model in chapter 1. And in your theoretical model, you show the relationship which you have. I think you have done, you just put it in chapter 1. And in your chapter 2, when you are about to build your hypothesis, you have your conceptual model. And the conceptual model just relate between the 3 classes of variable: your dependent variable, your independent variable, and the middle, moderating, mediating, or intervening. Okay. Next, actually, what to me is missing in your chapter 2 Oh, well, you don't put it in chapters, but I mean, in your literature review, is the specific identifications of the research gap. Yeah. You need to, after reviewing all the recent literature, you need to highlight these are the gaps that were left by other researchers. And then from that gap, you need to capitalize by forming it into hypothesis. So you must relate the research gap with the hypothesis. Then
You
it's,
can have it as a summary, but
yes.
Actually, regarding hypothesis, we have section is hypothesis development, right? How we develop our hypothesis? You go back and look what's going on in the previous literature. You come up with one hypothesis, and you go back one by one to develop your hypothesis. Not just only sort them once a time out of the literature. You should develop them based on the previous literature, one by one. For example, when you come to the first one, so what I'm going to do for the first hypothesis, just to go back and what's the study that related to this hypothesis and sort out. Like, for example, you say, Dr. Perdua saying in his article that there is blah, 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 blah. And the other Dr. David, he said, in his, but there's mixed result, we are going to hypothesize and this. How you build your hypothesis, how you develop, based on what? Not only sort a number of hypotheses. Okay, you can sort them, but how you develop them, how you come up to this hypothesis. That's what I have.
And then with this research methodology, let's say you now decided that you want to do quantitative research, and this is going to be a fieldwork data collection using questionnaire, for example. That's you confine your PhD to that. Then you need to first present your basic population and the sample size and the respondent. So you need to project who your respondent are going to be, because it should be not just random sampling, it should be stratified sampling, where you decide on the profile, potential profile of your respondent, and then only when you select it at random for each group of the profile. Okay, then the next one is the research instrument. You need to specifically deliberate on the research instrument, especially you should not develop your questionnaire from scratch. Try and find other researcher work and adopt their questionnaire partly. So you can adopt a few questions from each of these author, and so you don't have the hassle to really test and verify your questionnaire. Otherwise, you have to do a very rigorous exercise in building the questionnaire, verifying the questionnaire before you can use. Yeah.
The question is, how are going to remember all this?
I get it.
Result of things that you follow our professor here. Definitely required.
Okay. Next very important thing what I say, I mean, in each of the variables that you identify, you must think hard on how to measure the variable. And remember, your variable will be measured by the questionnaire. So make sure that your questionnaire will measure the variable, or else you will have problem later. Because
you can see that in the back of chapter 3 is there.
This is measurement from another chapter, right?
Sorry.
This measurement from another chapter, from another chapter. You sort the measurement of HIV.
We did. I mean,
This is your question, right?
yes. It's adapted from other.
Adapting to compose out, right?
Yes.
okay.
just to make sure, I mean, because in the end, all the variables that you use, either independent, dependent, or that must be measurable and can then be related in the statistical analysis.
Yeah, we need to know that the independent variables are not, we need to know there's no correlations between the independent variables as well. Otherwise, we're likely to have problems. But I'm sorry to just on this. The intention to use, right? So I agree with Professor Badjoy about the stratification. Because the problem is, you know, we want to test the intention to use, but intention of who? Intention of people who don't use public transport, who do. Who've got a car, who've not.
Who uses real transportation?
Right, so you're going to try and restrict.
Yes.
So you're only, yeah, but wouldn't we want to know that people, we wouldn't want to know people who don't currently use it, who we could persuade to use it?
That's one area that we actually look into, but we didn't kind of look at just real passages.
But isn't that the point? It's the whole point of public transport, to get people who've never used the train, and there's a lot of them, to go onto the train. And if you're not actually looking at them, you're just looking at whether current rail passengers, what? Would they use the train more? If they're already using it, they're there.
Because when they are actually driving and parking at the rail station,
Right?
would they want to change?
So you're not looking at rail in general, you're just looking at current rail passengers who park and ride, in fact.
Yes. Yes. Because otherwise we're going to do two things here. That is to try to get people to use the real passengers, the real transport, that's one thing.
Right.
Then the second thing is that, okay, when you use the real transport, how are you going to travel there? So that's so many other questions that, you know, that comes up to it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Too many questions.
Yeah, but you know, this is very helpful. In order to ask questions today, we have that in paper. Really, because now you can correct your work. You have the time to correct it. Because you are lucky. I'll tell you something regarding my proposal defense. I got nothing. But I was very scared. I did my paper because definitely the question will come on my head. But when you face your questions here, it's okay.
All the best, thank you very much.
We make your presentation. We have one more device as well.
Can we go to prayers?
I totally agree with Virginia. You know, she's like super hard worker, and even for her proposal, she put strike, which is really relevant. Really good there.
I think it's the wonderful.
Whereas you see the volume and the pages that we provided for the proposal is quite a good job. Thank you very much. We have 10 minutes break for prayer, and then we come back to have the last presenter today.
You're presenting.
10 minutes later.
didn't even know it. Didn't even know it. Well, they should be right now. To be able to think. The only thing that you trust about the student. You know, to give those students great. That was an very good job. Even now. Tell them that they value their children. It's not a mission. There's big problems. Things go down. It's hard to do this through.
Write something. Then you will use the set pattern as your recommendation. But of course, your intention is you also want to verify whether this will be accepted. And then actually put in the question in your question related to that, so that you will get the answer. But this is a free jumping this but you only can say that you have verified this with your respondent, and then you can report. Or you will suggest, and so you also report that this is separate from the respondent. Then secondary data, you will observe basically you already have the data. Don't try to so then you will not go over. And if you still want to do somebody, it's okay. Let's put in review. One or two people. But then the result will be to strengthen your recommendation. Don't go too hard because these are many issues. It's just the beginning. Ada lagi. Betul. Ini buat fokus advance. Ini yang model kata oh ya, oke. Ini cuma just go as a so why lagi? This one last day.
I was very impressed you read that so fast. My God, how did you do that? You watched him. You make him happy. You make these guys happy.
Here's my student.
I'm a pushover.
He has no right to track.
What's this responsible for humanitarian supply
No,
chain? What's humanitarian supply chain? Supplying tents to refugees or something. What do you mean, like, your government is your
decision for this one.
She is very good.
We know.
Well, unfortunately, Razor, I think the supervisors need to go back and think about problem statements. Sorry? What?
There's another one.
Mahmoud, you can be chairman, but it has to be $100. Who cannot take that? Now,
I know.
So good luck. It's very, very, just survive of this one, we decide what's given to by life.
So that's the mistake. You can't relate it with the correct.
That is it, but you say that didn't come through.
I don't know.
He didn't, okay. But that is exactly the effect. Very good. better use this. Please.
Okay, once again, very good evening to everyone. My name is Vikneswari. I'm doing my PhD in management. My supervisor is Dr. Prithmar Rajagopal, and co-supervisor is Dr. Mahmoud Hussain. And my title is the mediating effect of responsiveness towards humanitarian supply chain management in Malaysia. Okay, as all of us know, past few years, we are seeing so many natural disasters and man-made crises. It is projected by Chris Hubbard that in 2015, which is last year, about 150 major disasters affected millions of people in 2015 alone. Humanitarian supply chain. What is humanitarian supply chain? It's actually the process of planning, implementing, controlling effective and efficient ways of sending goods to the victim who's faced the disaster. Okay, actually, this humanitarian supply chain is getting popular after the 2004 tsunami, where the majority of the academicians and also practitioners believe that logistics applied to disaster has received the interest from both researchers and the practitioner. It also provides the evidence that the effectiveness of the emergency aid response is on logistics speeds and efficiency. Speed here we are referring to the responsiveness. Okay? Efficiency is basically how you manage things efficiently in terms of low cost, etc. And increasing awareness of the crucial role of logistics, humanitarian relief operation. Okay, this is the tsunami, American kind tsunami relief aid. From this, you can see that 50% of the budget or 50% of the money allocated is for health, training, medical equipment, and supplies. When we talk about supplies, basically the things that we need, such as food, dry items, or food, or even shelter, we can put under this category as supplies. A problem statement. My study is focusing on Malaysia. Okay, the 2014 flood. Actually, it is considered as the worst flood ever happened or worst disaster ever happened in Malaysia. Okay, basically, in this disaster, you can see that 21 lives lost and approximately 200,000 people affected. Okay, yes, we can say that during that time, 2014, we have seen that many people, organizations, and companies, they have sent supplies to the East Malaysia, Terengganu, Kelantan, Perak. But in the local dailies and social media, there are so many people commented that the victims continue affected with issues such as no clean water, insufficient food or supply, interruptions of electricity, inconsistencies of communication coverage. Okay? And some victim who's not registered, they didn't get any aid at all. Okay? The trucks that bringing supplies from one end to another, and even if there is any victim which is not registered with the NGO, they won't get any supplies. Basically, they have to depend on whatever that they have. Okay, in the Star newspaper, even our Prime Minister said that the Deputy Prime Minister at that time, Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, he have said that the rescue were facing some delivery issues because of the power outrage and also the roads being washed away by the flood. Are we saying that our country don't have any measurements for that, any policies for that? No, actually we do have. Every time when there is a disaster happen, this division, National Security Division under the Prime Minister's Department, they are the one who coordinate the disaster management in Malaysia. Okay, basically, they will send the trigger point, they will send the trigger to the humanitarian organizations to send the aid or to support the victims. when you look at their policy, the objective which is in my report, I can see that there is no clear guideline or policy from the supply chain perspective. From the 2004 tsunami, we can see logistics or supply chains play a crucial role in managing the supplies for the victims. So from this National Security Division, we can say that it is not stated anything from logistics point of view. Besides that, also read some literature which is being research being done by local Malaysian and also foreigners. There is no research done in terms of humanitarian supply chain in Malaysia. This actually give me make it as open question, and I come up with an idea to study the humanitarian supply chain in Malaysia. For that, my aim is to analyze the present disaster management in Malaysia and propose a humanitarian relief model from the perspective of supply chain management, which is the commercial supply chain management. Okay, for this, my research objective is to comprehend the existing planning and management of relief operation during disaster in Malaysia, to identify the critical relief factors and barriers in coordinating relief activities in Malaysia, to explore alternative logistical strategies such as inventory location, capacity, vehicle availability, and routing towards improving emergency preparedness, to propose the most effective approach to be taken towards humanitarian relief supply chain in Malaysia, and towards the end, I will develop a balanced scorecard to measure the performance of the Malaysian humanitarian supply chain. Okay, that's my research question, research objective, and my research question will be: how was the humanitarian logistics operation carried out in the disaster relief? What are the critical factors and barriers in coordinating humanitarian relief supply chain in Malaysia? Is there any logistical strategies alternative towards improving Malaysian emergency preparedness? What are the effective approaches need to be taken towards humanitarian relief supply chain in Malaysia? And how to measure the performance of the humanitarian supply chain in Malaysia? The significance of the study. Okay, the research will investigate and discuss some of the emerging issues and lessons learned from the previous disaster and prepare a model of policy to manage the future disaster in this country. Okay, the framework or model developed through this research will provide practitioners with a tool for planning and carrying out humanitarian logistics operation. When we talk about humanitarian logistics here, it will be the management of inventory, the materials, trucking, the transportation, and also people. It also serves as a guideline to the government to respond and manage logistics function during disaster, and also to help the humanitarian agency to prepare adequate supplies to face any natural or man-made calamities in the future. When I state my study will be focused on commercial supply chain, and I will adopt that to do the humanitarian supply chain. For that, we have to understand what is commercial supply chain is. And you look at this, the scope of supply chain management, it's basically sending products from the raw material, you're sending goods to the procurement, manufacturing, factory, distribution, and at last you will send the materials to the end user. Whereas in terms of humanitarian supply chain, we can see that government donors, because here you don't have supplier, you don't have raw material, you will just send the finished product. Okay, so you have these government donors, international agencies, international NGO, local NGO partners, and the research team. Okay, when we talk about supply chain, there's also related with, we also must look at the drivers of the supply chain, which will give you some information about how it is measured, how it is managed to achieve the performance of the supply chain. For that, to achieve the supply chain performance, you have to use the logistical drivers and cross-functional drivers. Here you can see there's facilities, inventories, transportation, information, sourcing, and pricing. Based on this, I developed a conceptual model just focusing on a logistics function. Okay, the antecedent is actually the alerts given by government whenever there is a disaster strike. Okay, my independent variable will be all the logistics function, and my mediator is the responsiveness. And the dependent variable will be the humanitarian aid, or I can say the humanitarian supply chain. Okay, the methodology will be, I will be using a cross-sectional research. Okay, basically this will be an observation that takes place in a different group at a time. So I will gather information from the beneficiary and also the benefactor. The benefactor will be all the humanitarian agencies, either local or international or even volunteer, and beneficiaries will be the victim. It is why cross-sectional because it simply records the information that I would like to observe in this group. I just want to collect information from them. What happened during the disaster? How it was managed? And these characteristics that exist in it can be used to describe the characteristics that exist in this group, but I cannot determine anything based on the relationship of it. But this will be used to develop other methods to investigate the relationship that is observed, which is the variable and independent variable control. Okay, the population will be my victim. The victims in 2014 flood. It is reported 200,000 people. So the population is known for that fact. Humanitarian agencies such as Mercy, SMART, IFRC. Sample size, based on the calculation, for 200,000, it will be 384. That's the maximum respondent that I need for this research. Minimum respondent that I need for this research. And my variable will be facilities, inventory, transportation resources, and the that's my independent. Dependent will be humanitarian. Okay, methodology. How am I going to collect the information or data for my research? I'm going to use the mixed approach, which is both qualitative and quantitative. For RQ1, research question 1, how was the humanitarian logistics operation carried out in disaster relief? I'm planning to conduct an in-depth interview with high-rank NGOs, officers, just to know their processes, their procedures, such as like from SMART or Red Cross Prison, to understand about their procedures. Second, what are the critical relief factors and barriers in coordinating humanitarian relief supply chain innovation? For this, I'm planning to do a focus group whereby open-ended questions will be used to collect data from both benefactor and beneficiary. Third one, is there any logistical strategy alternative towards improving Malaysian emergency preparedness? This basically from the literature review, the secondary data. All the researches which is done by other countries or other researchers will be used to answer the RQ3. RQ4, what are the effective approaches need to be taken towards humanitarian relief supply chain in Malaysia? This will be a close-ended question, again from both beneficiary and benefactor. And number 5, how to measure the performance measurement of the humanitarian supply chain in Malaysia. For this, I will develop the balance scorecard based on the critical review of the literature. And also, this balance scorecard I will develop towards the end, because I need to understand what really happened and how was the process was taken, what are the processes that have been taken by the government and NGOs, then I can develop these. The flow chart of the research activity, it will be from the literature review. So I have established some theoretical foundation that the supply chain drivers will be used the theoretical foundation for this is the responsiveness of the supply chain, which will be leveraged on the drivers of the supply chain. interview, data collection, focus group, again data collection. I do have a questionnaire. And synthesis, whereby I will do the analysis and interpretation of my finding from the interview, focus group, and questionnaire. Then the model validation, the model that I have developed earlier, finding, conclusion, and recommendation. And this will be the, I call it as MyCats, Malaysia Catastrophe Aid Beneficiary Scorecard, to measure the performance of the agency towards the end. And basically, this model will also be developed from the 7R concept, okay, which is 7R concept of logistics, whereby commercial logistics, we call it right product, sending goods to the it's like right product, right price, right time, right place, right quantity, right condition, and right customer. But here I change it to right victim. These are my references.
Tour de force. Okay, thank you. Very nice. I don't think I can use this.
Yeah, I think this is.
I'm not sure whether it's feedback. Okay, you went very fast. Maybe it's because it's late or something.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not following you, and I'm feeling particularly stupid tonight. Your variables. So what are we trying to measure here? What is the? I know your overall objective is to improve responsiveness and all that stuff, which is very worthy. I'm not sure it passes the food joy test, because they are very rigorous. But for my benefit, what is your research hypothesis here? What are you trying to prove?
Okay, let me go to the model first.
Please.
In commercial supply chain, I always say that the logistics function is the one that the logistics function. Okay, the responsiveness of the supply chain will be determined by the logistics function. How fast you can deliver. Whether for the facility, from the logistic perspective, if you have many warehouses which is near to your customer, you can send the goods very fast to your customer. You agree with me? If I have one of my warehouse in Ipoh and my customer in Selangor, maybe it takes 1 day for me to deliver. But if the facility is located in KL and you are in Kuala, I can deliver the goods within hours, right? So for that, I just want to leverage whether is it good to have many facilities when we have identified the states that it's prone for disaster, then we can send the goods very fast to the victim. And same goes to transportation. If you depend on a fast speed transport mode, then you can send the goods to the customer very fast. So here we are measuring the speed of the aid to benefit the customer.
Okay, so the responsiveness, in fact, is the dependent variable.
It's the mediator.
Yes.
It is the mediator. Because we are
Mediator.
depending,
What's the final dependent variable?
it will be the aid dependent.
So it cannot be the aid, it may be humanitarian aid performance or humanitarian aid success. Because the whole thing is aid.
Or
Yeah.
effectiveness?
Effectiveness, yeah.
Okay.
Humanitarian aid effectiveness.
Because have you considered if there's a difference in principle between types of disaster? Because we're saying it's always the same thing required. Because there's no good stocking up on one thing if the disaster requires something different.
Yeah, I agree with you. If it is tsunami, it will be different, flood different, earthquake is different kind of scenario. But my topic specifically on flood alone.
Oh,
That's
flood.
why I just focus on flood.
Okay.
And I didn't focus on other areas.
Okay. And then your definition of the dependent variable then is what?
Definition of dependent.
Yeah.
I think I got it wrong, like what Joya said, because I thought I should focus on the relief E. That is my dependent. So all these the independent variable will go to that dependent.
How do you measure the dependent variable?
But if it is impact difference, we measure by
Performance?
It's did the victims get everything they needed?
Yes. Are they satisfied?
Yeah,
Yes.
well, they may not be satisfied for reasons other than, well, they should be satisfied. Because if you ask people if they're satisfied, most people will say no, even if they should be. How are you going to control for that?
That's the reason towards the end I will develop this scorecard.
I'm sorry.
The scorecard, balanced scorecard, to measure the success of this humanitarian supply chain.
Is there any objective measure of need? In other words, is there any kind of official view of what these victims actually need? Because then you've got an objective measure you could measure against. If you just ask people, did they get what they want? I don't think you'll have. It could be very biased. It may not be reliable.
Again, we can tie that with the timeline. If they what you want, I send to you after 2 days, will you be happy? You won't be happy. I send it very fast, you will be much more happy. So that's the measurement part, the performance of the supply chain.
Some sort of in-depth performance.
Yeah, I should come up with the KPI.
Because people will always be happy if you send them stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. As long as you send, they will be happy, but how fast you send? Whether you're really responsive enough towards your customer. If I talk from the supply chain point of view, it's whether I, as the company, am I responsive enough to my customer's order or not. If I'm responsive enough, my customer will be satisfied. If not, they won't be satisfied. Yeah.
And the hypothesis is?
No hypothesis.
Now,
I don't see
actually it's not there.
So
Basically,
that's
it will be like this. It's very, it's like facility has high significance towards responsiveness of humanitarian supply chain. So each and every will have something.
we won't understand that.
Facility to responsiveness.
Yeah. Then,
With the responsiveness,
Yeah.
transportation to responsiveness, then responsiveness
towards the humanitarian
is,
performance or effectiveness. Yes, I agree with that.
And the hypothesis is?
Like what I still don't know.
I don't know, but I mean, the hypothesis is if you have lots of facilities that are stocked with lots of inventory ready for any disaster, then it's going to do a better job than if they don't.
You're right.
But you don't need a research for that.
I agree with you, but the thing is,
Where is the additional contribution?
it will be the scorecard.
Ah,
Scorecard will my additional contribution. Now, I just want to test whether the drivers will affect the responsiveness of the supply chain or not. Because now, from the complaints that we checked on online or social media or any, yes, the government have come out with the disaster aid, but people are not satisfied with that. Why? So that's the reason I want to conduct the study, want to get the interviews and collect data from the questionnaire so that we know whether the people get the aid on time or not, whether it's enough or not. So from there, I can come up with the conclusion that maybe the facility is not being taken care of. Maybe the inventory is not enough or enough. Whether the transport has been speed enough or not.
I don't like to say this, and one shouldn't in this country, but there may be other factors, like politics, for example. Where does that, because they may be very defining factors. I don't know what happens here. But say for the sake of argument, there's some local reason why a particular agency would not be permitted to operate in an area. I'm just hypothesizing here. How will you control for that kind of additional factor that will affect the.
That's the reason I limited that to be drivers of supply chain performance, which is three, and I just have one resources. I didn't look at the bigger view of it because I know it's beyond my control. I'm just focusing on the drivers of supply chain performance, which is the first three, and I added resources, which is the people, the volunteers and humanitarian agencies.
And and the regression is going to be what against what? Because we're looking at one event. So where is the regression? Is it different areas covered by the same flood?
Okay.
Different. What's the data point?
I didn't get you, sorry.
Well, okay. Is it the individual? What is the data point?
Data point.
Well, the data point would be if you've got an independent variable and a mediating variable, right? And we've got a final the dependent variable is going to be at the level of an individual person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how are we relating that to the facilities? Is it the facilities that actually supply them, or it's the nearest facilities?
The nearest facilities.
Which
How many facilities I should have in this?
No, we're not sure, because you're trying to do a regression of actual data. So we need rows of data, and one of them is going to be a lot of individuals. Now, what's going to be in the other? That's what I need to know.
So that I still can't get answer you at this point of time,
Okay.
but I need to study more on it.
Okay. Because I think that I think that will be the essence of trying to get the relationship. Because you're trying to find a quantify relationship. And we need kind of numbers here, and then we need numbers for each of your variables. And I can see problems with it anyway. Maybe I can't express the problem, but I think we need to be quite clear about how exactly that works.
I think there are some areas of improvement I should with this.
Okay. Actually, I will start with the topic first. The topic is okay. It's an interesting topic, but the question needs to be modified. The mediating effect of responsiveness is okay. Towards humanitarian supply chain management in Malaysia, that's actually that's meaningless. The mediating effect of responsiveness on the relationship, isn't it? Because the mediating effect must be on the relationship of.
It's on the effectiveness, she said.
Yes.
It's the effectiveness of the aid delivery.
The mediating effect of responsiveness on the humanitarian aid effectiveness.
Yeah, effectiveness. Good word, effective.
All right. And then your problem statement is very big. Your problem statement, I commented before, you need to personalize it. What is really your curiosity? And you need to project your curiosity, relate that with how important is this curiosity that you need to solve, and related to that theoretically, my impression is there were not many research on this done in the past.
It only started after 2006. Most of the research started 2006.
Okay, so in that respect, I think your approach to do it as a mixed method is quite appropriate. The idea is you start with your qualitative research, interview some of the prominent authority, and from there, perhaps you will unveil some variable, the independent variable especially, because your independent variable currently is too crude. Like David mentioned, I mean, how can you relate the facility with effectiveness? I mean, it's too basic. So maybe when you meet these people in your interview, then they can unveil some possible variable that will improve your model later.
Actually, my research method was designed in such a way that I will do the qualitative first, then will be followed by the interviews quantitative.
You do the personal interview first, or even focus group, for example.
Yep.
Yeah? And then you establish the variable, the pertinent variable, then you verify the variable in your fieldwork. Yes. So in that respect, your conceptual model is not firm yet now.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree.
And actually you use interchangeably you use conceptual model many times, but different in different contexts. For example, you also have here in your slide, you have here, which I saw in your presentation just now. You have conceptual model which are in the form of process flow.
There's only one model.
Before that, yeah.
This is from the previous research.
Yeah, but this is not conceptual model. This is theoretical model. Yeah, this is
The title because I just want to relate this to my model. So I put these two slides, the title and conceptual model.
theoretical. And you need to extend your literature review so that you will project the research gap. This is not shown here. You will need to project the research gap, and then from the research gap you develop the hypothesis. But that can be done later because you actually need to do your qualitative research first to identify that. And your questionnaire, also questionnaire design, you have not mentioned, actually you not describe your questionnaire design. You need to deliberate on that, but this is where the important thing of going through the literature. That hopefully you will find some other researcher that have done research, similar research at least, that you can adopt the questionnaire. And then most important, like they will always emphasize, the measurement. Can you measure the variable? If you do not measure, no need to use, because then you will have a problem.
Well, actually, I'm worried about the data points. Are you going to be using different areas? Well, let's say for the sake of argument, there was just one humanitarian agency, and they had a facility, right? Then you've got no regression, you've got no variation. So everyone's the same. So are you going to be what? Looking at different geographic areas within the flood area?
Yeah.
Okay, well let's suppose you take different geographic areas. I don't know how many suppliers, how many humanitarian agencies were there? Well, let's suppose there were 5 or 6, right? 200,000 victims, that means there might be 40,000 victims for each one. Now, if this was true, correct me if I'm wrong, all of those victims should come up with the same answer for your model. Now they won't. So what are you going to do then to kind of find out what other factors there may be? Because it's very unlikely that they're all going to come up with the same view.
Yes, Richard. We just average out.
You just average out, but I don't think we're getting into the maybe missing the relationship.
You can capture that in the cross tabulation.
I'm concerned there may be an issue there.
Yes, I mean, yeah, can we address to cross tabulation? I think, well, I like the topic. This is an innovative topic, but there is a lot of things that you need to do to make it.
If you look on the literature, so that I can some other model or structure model. Because that we thought I thought I can only come up with a construction model towards the end. One side of the qualitative data collection. But for this data, if we must come up with a construction model, then I could be drivers of supply chain we come up with this concept of the times then.
One question now. Which you define the variables.
Yeah, but pilot study for the quantitative research is for different purpose. It's just to verify the questionnaire. You want to know the reliability and the validity of the questionnaire. So in her case, it will be qualitative research. So actually, it's like pilot study, but it's a qualitative research. Maybe she just need to interview 4 or 5 people just to. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I believe that nothing is perfect.
I guess the trigger point was that.
Yeah.
It's not a variable.
There's not relevant variables.
No.
Should I just have the
No. It's not a multiple.
Initially, I mentioned that something which is according to supply driven, demand driven. Which is supply will be from the government agency and demand driven will be from the victim. And then only I come up with the independent variable.
Either way, it learns not to do anything.
We did have that from another professors who need everything they do it should not be there.
Yeah.
The mode of actually, you know, drivers of supply chain performance, we measure that based on these 6 items. If you can manage it, you can leverage all these 6 items practically, efficiently, you can achieve the responsiveness of the supply chain. So that's the reason I just picked the 3 only, just focusing on the logistics part of the vehicles.
That wasn't his question. You've got a career in politics. You did not answer the question. You should be a great politician. He's saying, how do you define transportation? Is it the number of trucks they've got? Is it where they go? What is it? You can get numbers on it. You don't get numbers, you can get numbers on it. Every variable needs a number.
It will be the mode of transform, the speed of the transform.
Right. Speed,
Speed of the transform.
not the number of lorries.
You know what is the point? Because later on we must make questions to measure these constraints. Which aspects of transporting you are making questions? Like speed, you can make question with speed. You say transportation, you say addition, you will know what you are going to measure. Which sense. So anyway, it's how you do this. Possibly like more literature just see under the alphabet active and also sometimes you can get down to theory, based on the theory of I also think there is you said we have agencies and we have those big things that are you going to be saying this or agencies and people? Are you going to say this? My friend is 300 people who are the victims or the agency doesn't have this facility.
This is in terms of practical factor of barriers. We use the same kind of questions for both victims and defendants because they know what are the barriers and what are the
No,
barriers.
but that's only quantitative stuff, isn't it? That's not the quantitative analysis.
It's both actually quantitative and quantitative research. I want because this I can.
What I'm trying to say is, if you want to engage all those data in your model, those possible, must produce people that you must make sure that these two groups they are not having significant difference. And that's to focus on the bias. They have different perspective and also add them all in the same model. And like male and female, see the gender, they are
There could be bias amongst the victims, but some of them is worse affected than others. So, how can we control it?
But after this objective, I was waiting for another objective. Because you want to do like, for example, measure this performance and so on. Examples that you want to do. So doing that, you look at your objective, I can use this objective itself, like, more further. By the way, I can say it was a very happy. You did a very good job. I know your busy days also is fun. But we have that we did a great job. I think you do more. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Naman Bahagia. Can you give me a list? Naman Bahagia. Raja, yeah. Here you go. We made a mistake. Now I know it. No, about two statements.